Well, it's 7:01. We will get started. Candy, can you please collect the roll?
Okay, this is Candy Kramer, and I'm at Spring Hill High School. We'll take roll Allie Sealing,
Here at Spring Hill High School.
Eric Boyle,
Here on Zoom.
Brent Hoffman,
Here on Zoom.
Jason Winbolt,
Here at Spring Hill High School.
Doug Updike,
Here on Zoom.
Sharon Mitchell,
Here on Zoom.
Nels Anderson. We have all 7 board members.
Here at Spring Hill High School.
Thanks, Candy. Next is the approval of the agenda.
This is Sharon Mitchell. So move.
Allie Sealing, second.
We have a motion for approval. Candy?
We'll start the vote with Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Approved.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next is recognitions. Dr. Burke.
I think the first thing I want to talk about is on Saturday, we were actually able to have our graduation, and 162 graduates, 146 kids were able to get here. So really excited to do that. Thank Mark and Phil and Misty and a whole host of other people that did an outstanding job to make sure that our kids got recognized.
I very much concur with that. I really appreciate all of our staff helping out, and congratulations to our 2020 seniors, now alumni. Moving on to the consent agenda. We have approval of the agenda, approval of the minutes, clerk's report, treasurer's report, payroll and claims, and personnel. Any questions on the consent agenda? If none, I'm look for approval.
This is Sharon Mitchell. I'll move for approval.
Allie Sealing, second.
We have a motion to approve. Candy?
We'll start the vote with Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. On to action items. First one is our Spring Hill Live contract renewal. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, as you remember from the last board meeting, we brought up the Spring Hill Live contract renewal. We've had a great year with them. And if you were able to, well, let me restate that. If you were not able to attend to the high school graduation, you could still have watched it because they did an outstanding job of getting it on there. I know that we had some students who had joined the military, and my understanding, as soon as the student's name was announced at the graduation, a picture popped up on the screen so their families could see them. Been very impressed with Spring Hill Live, and we recommend that the board approve the contract with Spring Hill Live.
Thank you. This was a previous discussion, so we're looking for a motion for approval.
It's Brent Hoffman, and I move for approval.
Allie Sealing, second.
We have a motion to approve the contract. Candy?
We'll start the vote with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Next, we have our school resource officer contract. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, this is one that we didn't bring up at the last meeting. This was brought up a couple of months ago. Matter of fact, I believe it was brought up in April. We've been waiting to get a confirmation from the Johnson County Sheriff's Department for a second sheriff's deputy. And we've been very pleased. Chris Pechnick in the back has done an outstanding job for us. But as we've grown and gotten bigger, we really need a second SRO to help us across the district. We've think that that's been an incredible relationship, and we ask the board to approve the contract for 2 Johnson County Sheriff's deputies. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from board?
No
This is
questions,
just-
just a comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is a quick question, Dr. Burke. From what I recall, this didn't show an increase other than really in cost, other than adding the additional SRO, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, very
Just-
good.
I wanted-
And we did budget this year for 2.
This is Nels Anderson. How are we planning to utilize both SROs? What are your thoughts?
We have a couple of things. First of all, we are meeting with Chris and the new SRO and have them. Was the other SRO able to not make it? Okay. We're hoping that they would be here. We'll say that Mark Williams was able to sit in on the interviews and was very impressed with the candidate that has been brought forward. We plan on a couple of things. We're going to sit down and visit with them and kind of talk about what it would look like. The high school is a larger property with more students, and we may work where we have one person in the north, one person in the south. But if one of them has to be at a building and helping out, then the other one is made aware, and then that way we can provide coverage for the whole district.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that's gone into this. Thank you for, as the kids call him, Deputy P, for all the work that he does. And thank you to Sheriff Hayden for his support in adding a sheriff here, and Mark for interviewing. This is extremely important, the safety of our children, and top priority. So I'm appreciative. Thank you.
Had we done a multi-year contract in the past, or was that an option?
At this point, we were working really hard just to get one, to get one additional. And to answer your question, Brent, yes, we used to have a 3-year contract, but because this delayed, took so long, we just went ahead with a 1-year contract. Next year, we will. I think we approve it every year anyway, but we just have the cost set out each year. But our plan is to meet with, I believe it is Bureau Chief Reese, and try to set up a 3-year contract where both deputies moving forward after this year.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Vice President, Steg Updike, I move to approve the school resource officer contract.
Sharon Mitchell, second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Candy?
We'll start the vote with Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Next action item is our memorandum of understanding with the Spring Hill Education Association and the school district. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, we have a special guest with us tonight to help me present. Joanne Whitman is a president of our Spring Hill Education Association. We are very, I don't even know how to say it. We're very fortunate to have a great working relationship with our Education Association. One thing that was put out, and I think our HR department, I don't know if she's here personally, but sent us an email yesterday that said we are the currently highest starting salary in Johnson County. So we're very excited about that. Those of you who've been around for a while know for many, many years, we were not only sixth, but we were seventh and eighth and ninth as well. We were that far behind. So we're very excited that we've been able to have a relationship that we could provide a better salary and benefits for our staff. If you remember back in April, we came to you to have an MOU with the changing of the landscape when it came to COVID-19. There were some things that we were worried that we may not be in effect to be able to follow the master agreement as it was written. With the changes that are coming in front of us for the fall, we have a fear that we may not be able to meet every aspect of that. One of those right now would be whether we can have a duty-free lunch. Phil, if you would click on that MOU. This MOU is very similar to the one that we did back in April. One of the things that changed is last April, it talked about the continuous learning plan. This year, it talks about the district's reopening plan. And I believe if we go down to the second to the bottom section, this is probably the one part that Jorianne really insisted upon, and we agree. Keeping that in mind, the parties agreed to invite and include a representative or representative from the Spring Hill Education Association in any district COVID-19 ROP decision policy-making committees. So before we make any decision, before we do anything that could jeopardize that relationship, we will meet with them, bring them in, and confer with them and come to some kind of agreeable solution. Dorian, you have anything you want to share?
Yeah, I wanted to address the board if I might. 2020 has certainly brought forth many unimaginable challenges for all of us, both professionally and personally. And I would be sitting here lying to you if I said that we as teachers ever expected that education would look like this, or frankly was what we signed up for when we answered the call to teach. And it certainly was not envisioned by the crafters of the language of the negotiated agreement, which essentially represents the covenant between the district and its certified employees. So what this memorandum of understanding does is it's meant to ensure that our teachers have a voice in these challenging times. And of course, we realize as we move forward, just as when we adopted the continuous learning plan back in the spring, that things are going to have to look different. We're going to have to make compromises. We're going to have to explore new options in order to provide our students with the education that they deserve and with the social and emotional support that is essential to their academic growth and their personal growth. The Spring Hill Education Association, in close collaboration with district administration, plays an essential role in the interpretation and temporary modification of the negotiated agreement in order to assure that our reopening plan is successful. And it's important that we be at the table, working side by side with our administrators, board members, and stakeholders so that we can advocate quickly and effectively for solutions to the unforeseen problems like lunch supervision that will inevitably arise, and we'll always try to keep the students, teachers, staff, school district, and community's best interest at heart and at the forefront of any conversation. I want to thank the board for the support that you showed the teachers last spring, and to thank you in advance for your continued support as we prepare to begin the 2021 school year. Thank you.
With that, we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joanne. I really appreciate working with you guys. We've worked on a lot in the past with negotiated agreement, and it's always been a pleasure working with you. We've heard a lot from teachers over the last week, and it's great that they can reach out to us, and we know them because our kids are in the district and we grow up with them. So it's been a real pleasure working with them. So thank you. Does any other board member have a question?
Sharon Mitchell, I have a quick question. Do you foresee any other areas besides those that you mentioned that might be susceptible to having to make an adjustment?
I haven't seen anything just right off the top of my head. There may be some adjustments that we need to make to start and stop, but that would still be in the same amount of time. Whereas, normally it's 7:45 to 3:45. We might ask some teachers to make some adjustments, 7:35 to 3:35. So there may be some things like that, but that's not really in the master agreement. These are things that we'll sit down and as they come forth, and especially if we work through the plan, there may be some things that are concerning to both groups. Joanna always has our phone and calls us many, many times to let us know if the concerns arise, or we call her when there's something that we might have a concern with. And as of right now, those are the main things. We visit quite a bit on Friday. I'm not seeing anything, but at a lot of things you can look at the forest so much that you can't see the trees. And so if anything pops up, we'll certainly visit about it.
Anyone else? If not, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Mr. Vice President, I move we approve the memorandum of understanding with the Spring Hill Education Association and USD 230.
Mr. President, it's Brent Hoffman. I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve the MOU. Candy?
We'll start the vote with Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you. Next is our KASB policy change recommendations. We have gone through these, I believe, last time. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, even though this is one of the most important things that a school board does is adopt policy. For some reason, I don't think that's what the majority of people are here to see tonight. So I'm going to move pretty quickly on this. If there's any area that you want me to stop on, I will. The investment of funds mainly just recognizes that they want us to invest our funds within our district. And we're pretty good about making sure that that is local. There's not been any situations where we haven't. GAA is equal employment opportunity. One of the things with the U.S. Supreme Court decision, we put some verbiage in there. Our attorney asked us to put that in there to help keep us out of trouble, to be honest. Child abuse. One of the things that was brought up at the last board meeting, and I believe Mr. Anderson brought it up, was a concern about the physical inspection on page 2. Worked with Greg Goheen, our attorney, and we've been able to move that out. And so basically it talks about we're doing an interview, but at that point there is no physical inspection. And there is a second person there as well when we do that. So we did remove that language.
So we do have somebody in place in the interview in place of the parents?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see that in here. Could you point that out to me?
It's the last sentence on the first page. Any personal interview of the child by any school employee shall be conducted in an appropriate manner with an adult witness present.
That was one that we changed, but there's
What about, there's one with the interview by the state.
If you look at the bottom of the second page, state law grants the investigation agency the authority to determine whether a school employee may be present while the interview's been conducted, taking into account the child's best interest. If asked to sit on an interview by the agency representative conducting it, the building principal or designee therefore shall oblige such request.
We can't push our way into it though, huh?
Our principals have been pushy in the past, and I can't think of a time where they didn't allow a principal there, but by state law, we can't. If they're adamant that we're not going to be there, we can't. But I don't know that we've ever had an interview that we didn't have somebody in there. GAOC is tobacco-free school grounds, and I believe there's 3 of those that basically are kind of the same. One is employees, one is students, and one is for visitors. The policy HAE is just board negotiating, and it gets rid of the word agents and use the word representatives. JCDAA is the tobacco-free grounds. JQKA is the foreign exchange students. In the past, it said that they shall be admitted. Now we have the ability, and it says may. Again, we will be very cognizant of any students coming from overseas into what environment that they were leaving in order to come here before we allow them in. KMA is the tobacco-free school grounds for visitors. And then KNA, the complaints regarding child nutrition program, in that we gave opportunities for relief instead of going to a federal agency, calling school district people to try to resolve the issue before they had to take that step. And I believe that's it for all the policies.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. Any other board members that have any questions, comments?
Mr. Vice President, I move we approve the policies as revised.
Ally Steeling, second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve in a second. The KASB and our attorney changes to our policies. Candy?
We'll start with Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Let's move to discussion items. Our first one is one that I've been looking forward to, and it's having Wi-Fi in the parking lot. Dr. Burke?
And a lot of times when a crisis arises, you reach out to your people and see what we can do to better meet the needs of our community. We did talk to our technology department, and there's always been the ability to get part of the parking lot, but it was kind of hit and miss. And I'm going to turn it over to Phil Elliott and let him visit with you about exactly what they did.
Yeah, so real quick, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I'm not going to go through all the maps, but this gives you a basic understanding. We just added access point inside the building, and then with maintenance's help, we mounted a patch antenna on the outside, added a pretty significant coverage. The green box represents the minimum that would be covered. It actually has reliable functional coverage to the end of the parking lot. So we could get quite a bit of coverage out there. One of the reasons we made a priority out of this is, as you know, the access in our community is diverse at best. And we know going into this fall that there may be a need for some remote access, and this is one of the only things that we had 100% control over. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, but generally speaking, this will provide access for our people with our devices.
And then even though he's not going over it, we put it at every school and including the early childhood center.
This is just simply the same Wi-Fi we've got in all our buildings, correct?
Yeah, 100% the same. We just added a patch antenna, which gave us the ability to send out a directional signal instead of a donut that a standard access point sends out.
Are we going to make these maps available on our website for people?
Yeah, I've talked with Misty. We'll put together something when the time is right. Probably do something a little different than what you see here, but this was actually our planning documents. I just threw them out there to get you an idea.
Sounds good.
So am I correct in that the Wi-Fi in the buildings is only accessible to school devices? And
That's correct.
the same in the parking lots?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Phil, for putting it together. I know that 3 of the 4, when we had tested it before, it was, unless you got right up close to the building, I think that this increases safety and just making sure, if people were to need to use this, Dr. Burke, is there hours that they can't, like if they're working on a project late at night, what are the hours that they could sit in the parking lot and use this or not?
Phil, you may have to help me on this. I think
Sure.
at one point we were shutting it down midnight to 6 because we think they need to sleep sometime. But Phil, can you help me?
Yeah, I mean, we have the ability to set some parameters. Right now, they're running 24/7, but we'll be happy to, whatever the board's desire.
Will we have security camera coverage at these locations?
We do.
Thanks for putting that together, Phil. I hope we don't need it to the level that is available, I guess.
I agree.
I do think it's so important though, because it isn't just the kids that don't have internet, it's the ones like at my office. You never know if you've got a 3 o'clock Zoom and it goes down at 2:50. So it's nice to know that they have a place to get to and can connect. And so I think it's important. Thank you, Phil.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Phil. Let's move on to 7.02. It's our reopening plan. I guess that's what everybody's here for. So, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we'll turn this over to Brad Wilson, and then you're going to hear from some principals, and then I'll finish up.
That mute button always helps. I do appreciate this time to just brief you on the changes that have happened in the reopening plan since our last meeting. I presume that these types of updates are going to become probably a regular part of our year through this year. I am going to be a little bit brief because I think it's really more important that you hear from the principals and let them spend some time. But I will give you the highlights of some of the changes that we've made since the last time. This plan, and really more importantly, the implementation of the plan at the school level, will help create safe practices that will protect our students, our staff, and really our community as a whole as they go out into the community. School district's proud to partner with community health. The Johnson County Health Department, Health and Environment is phenomenal. And so I will start going ahead with these items. Unless you want, we're not planning on bringing these up, but you can follow along in your own document. I have noted page numbers on there. And then, as I said, when I'm done, I think you'll really enjoy hearing from our principals. So I'm going to start on page 2, which is really the introduction. And we spent some time describing the purpose of the document and even its limitations. Our school staff must apply this, not word for word, but using their professional judgment, using common sense. And I hope people read it with that idea of using common sense. And then we continue to be guided by those local and state jurisdictional health and education departments. And so those things are noted in there. At any time, if there's something you want to stop me on, feel free, but I'm just going to keep rolling unless you stop me. On page 4, we talk about a little bit when sometimes guidance from some of the people we consult with happens. We always look at the specific jurisdictions that each of those entities have. And so typically you're going to see Johnson County and the state being the top 2 jurisdictional areas. On page 5, based on the executive order, face coverings are mandatory. And there are some recommendations for staff or students who need alternate protective devices. Talks a little bit about exemptions that are in that executive order, and that most individual exemptions outside of that will require a doctor's note. Also on page 5, hand sanitizer will be a strong emphasis. We talked a lot about hand washing, and we still will recommend a lot of hand washing, but we will keep hand sanitizer in large supply in a lot of areas, and really that being the more frequent way that we will sanitize hands. On page 6, Glenn, with the executive order, temperature screenings will be an important check that we do. And so we're looking at ways to, and you'll see it in a couple places in the document, but we will check every student and adult's temperature before they enter the building.
I can't hear him.
How are we planning to do that? Temperature checks?
We have several technologies that Phil's looking at. In fact, we have one here tonight that you look at. It takes an image of your face and takes a scan of your forehead, and you can do it that way. Right now, the majority of what we're looking at are just the touchless handheld thermometers. So again, we're looking at ones that have rapid change, because what we don't want to do is cause a backup as people are coming in and really get congregating in that way as well.
We're looking at putting one of those in every building. We may end up putting more. And right now we have 25 thermometers. We've ordered 85 more.
The beauty of the ones with imaging is that a student or somebody can walk up and do it themselves, and reduces the contact a nurse or somebody else has to have in providing that temperature. And that's usually, you think of, if somebody has symptoms, that they might be in danger of that.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
With the screening, so we are looking at multiple entrance points into the building.
Yeah, principals will talk about that a little more. And so they'll set up still controlled access, but yes, potentially multiple entrances so that we don't create bottlenecks.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, going back to page 5, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just want to clarify, because I know that a lot of what's in here is going to help guide decisions by the parents. So and I know masks is something that we're going to talk about constantly in each building, but it does specifically say a barrier, mask, and face shield does reduce, and that on a case-by-case basis, some students may be exempt.
Yes.
I just want to make sure and point that out, because I know that was a question that a lot of people have. And it says that they may require a doctor's note. What kind of guidance should we give parents as if they come back to school? Should they go ahead and go, or call and have a conversation, or what do you think?
So if they don't have a direct exemption, as in the governor's executive order, then it's best to be a doctor's note for that. Okay. So if they are deaf or hard of hearing, they don't need a doctor's note for that, because that is specifically outlined in the governor's executive order.
Thank you. And parents can't, it does say on stage 7, you're probably getting there, just staff members taking. I know we've had a lot of parents that have volunteered to try to help, but it's just staff, USD230 staff that can screen. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. I'm going to move on to, I think I'm on page 11. And so there were a lot of questions about the community restriction levels. There's still going to be some questions about how do we get to those community restriction levels. So we added some definition. We added a caveat that we don't really have clear-cut levels at this point. And although our assumption is that if we hit the highest level, then we will not be able to have kids in school, but that's actually hasn't been defined for us. And so we're going to have to work with the Johnson County Department of Health to determine what the gating criteria are, and then how we're going to use that to make decisions. And so that data, which could include a number of things, may determine our level of community restriction. But that gives you some definitions of what those levels mean.
And just to interrupt for a second, I can tell you that all the Johnson County superintendents have asked the Johnson County Health Department to give us that gating criteria.
So I'm going to skip to page 22, and it's another small change, but it's a big change, but we've already noted the temperature checks. So this notes that for activities, we'll have temperature checks as well. And you guys are going to discuss Apology JH that talks about whether students can or cannot participate in activities. But let's say a student is participating in an activity and wasn't in our building to get a temperature check, then obviously they would need to get a temperature check as they report to their activity level. Page 26, we did add a extra consideration for band to be outside. gives them a little more freedom to social distance in that manner without masks. On page 29, we clarified, we really didn't change it, but we clarified an air filtration issue and some confusion. It talks about changing filters. Do I need? Okay. Is that better? It talks about changing the filters, but really that is actually for the protection of our equipment as much as anything. What helps with the filtration is what they call the MERV level. And so it addresses increasing that level as well.
On ventilation, sorry to interrupt. Oh,
yep.
We got a lot louder. On ventilation, I know that that has been a concern of some parents, our HVAC system, and maybe that's a Kylie question, but I would assume, but don't want to assume anything, that there's some sort of code, that our buildings are up to code, that they're as safe as can be with our HVAC system.
Yeah, so there are some changes that we'll do with increasing the amount of outside air, which also will increase the amount of time potentially, depending on the weather outside, may increase the amount of time that air is actually circulating throughout the building. And so we're going to circulate as much as possible without really hampering the effectiveness of our HVAC system. Page 29 as well. We have not updated our evacuation and crisis information, but we will do that in collaboration with the county departments. And so we noted that, but we want them to make sure that they set some priorities, because what you'll get is a fire marshal versus a health department. And so we want them working together to help us. Page 30 is another big one that people are interested in. The CDC, and we noted in there, recommended that you maintain no additional cleaning of outdoor surfaces on playgrounds, but if there were a case in a building, we would clean the outdoor playground equipment just like we would clean the indoor.
Up above in building water systems, do each one of our schools have the refillable water bottles?
They all have at least one, but we're going to add more as well. And Kylie is looking into finding ways to retrofit our drinking fountains and turn them into bottle fillers that would be hands-free.
Good. That's important. I know wearing a mask all day myself, that dehydration is high when you wear a mask. So that's important.
Yeah. You also forget to drink sometimes.
Yes.
On page 34, if we are shut down, we will have to check with the USDA and KSDE to make sure that we can do things like we did last spring for food service. So that's been noted there, but that will be in cooperation with them. And again, you'll notice a lot of in this guidance document doesn't give you specifically what will happen when X happens, but the process that we need to go through to make sure we are making the best decisions possible. And you'll see how our principals have used that to make some decisions already.
Brad, I'm going to interrupt for a second. We did talk to JC Dalton, who is our Director of Nutrition Services. Regardless of whatever's decided by the board, we will start feeding kids August 12th. And we do have a waiver that allows that to happen through August 31st. There is a request to the federal government. I'm not exactly sure which program, but to allow us that if for some reason we waited until September 8th to give us the waiver to extend it through the 8th. The state of Kansas has asked for that waiver as well. But regardless of what happens tonight, we are planning to start feeding kids August 12th. Could be the 13th if we want to extend it through the weekend, but that is her plan.
I just want to say thank you to Dr. Burke and JC for that. That piece of information is very important in decision making as we move forward. We have very many, sadly, food insecure kids in our district, and even one is just too many. So the sooner we can provide them with nutrition, better. So thank you. I appreciate you looking into that.
And honestly, the USDA and the state is wonderful about working with us through those exemptions, but we do have to ask every time. Apple Bus, we're working with them as well. And so we're working on them to maybe help us with temperature checks for students that board the bus. And so that was noted in the plan. And page 37, we clarified the difference between remote learning and the optional remote learning plan. So you'll hear more about the optional remote learning plan tonight from the principals. That's in a situation where people choose not to join on-site learning, even though we're having it. If we have remote learning, that is because either a partial shutdown or a full shutdown of on-site learning, and we're going to continue with remote learning for all kids. And then questions? And then to end is we note on the optional remote learning plan that the board is reviewing our current policy against participation in extracurricular activities, and they will determine if there's maybe a special dispensation for that policy for 1 year, and that'll come soon. So those are our changes in a nutshell. Any additional questions before we move on to optional remote learning?
Yes, this is Nels Anderson. I'd like to hear a little bit more about this facial technology temperature checking. I'd rather see us just do the thermometers than some facial recognition kind of thing.
I will defer to Phil if you're available.
Absolutely. One of the things, Nels, that we've been focusing on is devices that are standalone. So there will not be any network or data taken off of those devices. One of the discussion items with these was to place these in the staff entrances as a way for staff to check themselves, or potentially at the designated additional nurse or COVID room for them people to do their self-check. So where we end up placing these is still a little bit up in the air, but we have been focusing on devices that are standalone with no Wi-Fi or network connectivity.
Okay. But we'll still have the regular temperature checkers though too, or?
Correct.
Definitely.
Okay.
I do have a question about the bus. Do you know when you'll know whether they're going to be taking temperature checks on the buses or not? Because that might be in, whether people decide to ride the bus or not.
From our current work that we've had with Apple Bus, it's really a logistical thing of getting the equipment to do that. They've been willing to do, and they've sent us their plan to protect essentially their employees as well, but they've been willing to work with us to help protect our students in that process. And so I think they'll be willing if we logistically can figure out how to do it effectively.
I did talk to Karen Boydston today, and they're very open to that. Did talk to Helen Cutis about providing some training so that they have an idea what it looks like. One of the things that we have to do is figure out what happens if a student comes in and they've got, I believe the threshold is 100.4. So if a student's at 100.5, we certainly don't want to leave a student out on the side of the road. So there's a few things like that we have to determine and figure out how we're going to handle that. But from my understanding, talking to Karen today, the bus company was very, very willing to help us with that. Plus, the other thing is when a bus pulls up with children on it, that's a group of kids that can go directly into the building. They wouldn't have to wait in line and have a temperature checked. So that cuts down on how many people are having to wait to get their temperature checked as well.
That is a really good point, because I think one of the concerns is the congregating at the entrances to the school kind of defeats the purpose of screening. So more people on the bus.
Yeah, because that'll be an easy way for us to do it. And actually with the drop off from parents, that's actually a more spread out way. The buses are where there's a lot of people at once, a lot of kiddos. Phil, would you mind bringing up the optional remote learning program? Thank you. So the front page of this is really a lot of the same stuff you see in the opening. You'll see a little more detail about the types of subjects that'll be available at each area. You'll see that special education services will be provided. We may have to convene some IEP teams to make some decisions of how it looks different, but it's not tremendously different than how we had addressed some of that stuff in the spring. And so Cindy has a pretty good grasp on how we're going to do that. We can get some elective courses at the middle school that we weren't sure we were going to be able to do. But what I want you to realize as we look at each plan going forward here is these are examples. There is still going to be that autonomy for teachers to make decisions in their online classroom, just like we want teachers to be making decisions in their on-site classroom. And so at this time, really, I think I'd like to invite Mrs. Jody Cole up to talk about the elementary plan for remote learning.
Okay.
Good evening, Bronco Nation. It's great to see some of you face to face.
We can't hear.
Hold on. Take two.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. Good evening, Bronco Nation. It's great to see some of you face to face. We're excited about the start of school and getting our students and teachers back in the building. We understand that for some of our students, optional remote learning is necessary to keep them safe due to health issues. We are excited about the opportunities the optional remote learning will provide them while they are away. The goals of our reopening plans are to provide a safe environment for both our students and our staff, while also providing our students a secure, stable, and sustainable learning environment where they excel and are successful. Before I begin reviewing the optional remote learning plan and on-site learning plan, I want to make it crystal clear. This is a preliminary plan. While administrators have been diligently working on these plans for weeks and months, we haven't had the opportunity to allow our teachers, the frontline workers, to provide their input and expertise. It is crucial for us to have the time to collaborate with our teachers so we can finalize the plans, organize and prepare the classrooms and our buildings, and have the time to practice our expectations so the start of school is an incredible and positive experience for our students, staff, and parents. All right, an example of an elementary optional remote plan. From 8 to 8:20, there would be morning activities with the classroom teacher. That could include attendance, review of daily agenda, Pledge of Allegiance, and morning message. 8:20 to 8:40, whole group reading instruction with the classroom teacher. 8:40 until 10:20, small group reading instruction. The teacher schedules independent pre-assigned 20-minute rotations. 10:20 to 10:30, virtual recess. 10:30 to 10:50, whole group math instruction with the classroom teacher. 10:50 to 11:30, small group math instruction. The teacher schedules independent pre-assigned 20-minute rotations. 11:30 until noon, lunch. It could be a Zoom lunch with your lunch buddies, or students may choose to eat lunch with their family. 12 o'clock until 12:15, teacher read aloud to class. 12:15 to 12:30, whole group writing instruction with the classroom teacher. 12:30 to 12:45, small group writing instruction. Teachers schedule small group and/or independent help sessions. 12:45 until 1, brain break. From 1 until 1:30, could be science or social studies instruction. The teacher will provide a combination of whole group, small group, and project activities. 1:30 to 2:20, specials. Weekly asynchronous lessons will be provided by music, art, physical education, and STEM. From 2:30 until 3 would be guided and independent practice. Students can read in Independently, students can work on math computation. They can ask for clarification on assignments, and students may receive one-on-one instruction. At 3 o'clock, students will log their hours. They will wrap up school for the day, send assignments and questions to the classroom teacher. Small group instruction, we referenced that earlier. Students will receive direct explicit instruction, guided practice, and independent practice. Depending on numbers for the grade level being taught, students will be divided into small groups. During this time, the small groups will be comparable to students working in the classrooms. So a small group of students will work directly with the teacher. Another small group will be working independently on skills through a variety of activities. And another group may be working through a flipped classroom where the teacher has assigned a virtual lesson via Google Classroom, and students will study prior to joining the teacher for the direct instruction. When feasible, whole group instruction activities will be recorded to allow for asynchronous follow-up and a review of lessons. It is anticipated that students will use their own device for optional remote learning. However, if a student does not have access to a device, one will be provided for them. Parents should contact their principal for more information on obtaining devices.
Questions? Is this appropriate time for questions for this? Or you keep moving? Okay. Do we have, I feel like it's a catch-22. We don't know for sure how many students have enrolled yet or are interested. And therefore, I know that a lot of people want to know if it is going to be K through 2, 3 through 5. Is that what we're looking at? Do we have any data from the interests that we asked for and how many are looking at this?
Yes, so far so far the data we have indicates the potential to have a teacher at every grade level, but if it gets much smaller, we're barely at that threshold. So I see that it's very possible that we may have 2 grade levels with a teacher, but they will do their own grade level work.
Okay. And so then that would change the schedule a bit. I mean, if math is kindergarten and first grade, or right, so they're going to have to kind of adjust that and make adjustments. One question that I had sent in that a lot of people wanted to know, and I do think it clears this up, is that this, I know there's a lot of confusion between this and Insight, and this is our optional remote learning, and it is mapped out. They can't be at daycare during the day and then catch up at night like what we did in the spring. This is timed and scheduled, and they will be logged in during these times, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And then special ed services during this, I think, are very important too. We are required to provide SPED services as well. Will they meet at some point? They'll just be kind of pulled out of the classroom, so to speak, right? Their virtual classroom, and still have their time with their para, or how does that look? Or what do you, I know it's not all set in stone yet, but I'm just curious what it looks like.
Okay, I'm having a really hard time hearing you with your mask on.
Sorry.
Did you ask about like small group or?
About paras and special education. So our SPED kids, what does that look like with online?
I think a lot of that, I'm going to give Jody a minute to think and process this. A lot's going to depend on the student's IEP and exactly what the expectations are written into that IEP. Our students are very diverse across the spectrum when it comes to the individual educational plans. So it's hard to give a one size fits all. If it's a student that needs, they have a learning disability, they may have something where it is pulled out in one-on-one. We have some kids that will need to have some occupational therapy, some physical therapy. It's a whole spectrum. So a lot depends on what's written into that IEP. And I'm assuming that there will be some meetings at the very beginning of the year to map out exactly what that looks like for every child that's on an IEP or a Section 504.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So they're
Yes,
calling
I know
those.
there are already meetings that are scheduled when teachers come back to work through that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine there would have to be some changes to the IEP and the 504 just because they're going to optional remote learning. in the way that that is taught versus in the classroom is taught.
So you don't change the full IEP per se, but similar to what we did in the spring, Cindy's got a system in place to do some prior written notice with what she calls, I think they call them contingencies. If I wish she was here, but they do basically a temporary plan during this situation.
Actually, I'm on, and yes, it would be a contingency learning plan.
There she is. Thank you, Cindy.
Yep.
Cindy, you'd have been much more eloquent than I just tried to do.
That's okay. I think you did just fine. So it's also going to be, it would also be addressed through the prior written notice, which would outline what those services are and what exactly that would look like during that time. So like Mr. Wilson said, the IEP, the four corners of the IEP still stand throughout that. And this becomes more or less an addition to that.
Just so the community knows, that is Cindy Jaldos. She is our Director of Special Services.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mrs. Cole?
Oh, thank you so much.
I think we can go to on-site.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, for the elementary on-site learning snapshot. During arrival, we will take temperatures before they enter the building at various locations. Hand sanitizer will be available to each person upon entering the building. Multiple entrances will be utilized to maintain physical distancing. Students will follow one-way hallways and physical distancing signs. In the classrooms, students will encourage, schools will encourage students and staff to sanitize their backpacks and contents and school-based personal items at home each evening and before they arrive at school. Separate personal items into cubbies or baskets that are not shared with other students and do not allow students to share lockers. Students will have assigned seats, which are physically distanced and where all students are facing in the same direction. Students and staff will wear masks while in the classroom and walking in the hallways. Movement in the classroom will be minimal. Multiple breaks will be given throughout the day to promote movement, such as go noodle activities where students are moving next to their desk. Hand sanitizer will be available in all classrooms and students will be given additional opportunities to wash hands. School supplies will not be shared when possible. Otherwise, supplies will be sanitized between each student's use. These will be housed in the student's desks for easy access. Teachers will maintain physical distancing as much as possible. Excess furniture will be moved from the classroom to provide for physical distancing. We will work to eliminate as much as possible items being brought to and from school. Transitions. Students will wear masks when transitioning and maintain physical distancing. Signs will be provided on walls and floors to help students maintain physical distancing, similar to what you see in stores. All staff and students will follow one-way hallways. Recess. Students will wear masks to and from recess, but will not be required to wear masks during outdoor activities. Masks can be removed and clipped to their clothing once they get to their assigned zone. Physical distancing will be required. A zone for each classroom will be designated to maintain stable groups. Students will put their masks back on when lining up and returning to the building. Students will use hand sanitizer or wash their hands. Restroom and drinking fountains. Restroom breaks will be provided throughout the day during instruction and not as a class for tracking. Signs for physical distancing will be on the floors if a student has to wait. Physical distancing or plexiglass will be provided at sinks. Water bottle stations will be available, while drinking spouts will be covered. A sanitation schedule will be in place for high-touch points. Lunchtime. In order to promote a safe and enjoyable lunch with some social interactions, we are exploring options. Students may be eating in different locations besides the cafeteria. We are exploring the number of, that's okay. We're exploring the number of students who fit in each space, supervision, and academic time. For example, we can only fit approximately 40 students in some spaces at a time. Specials. Students will go to some specials where physical distancing and masks can occur, which could include PE, music, STEM, art, and library. Some specials may occur in the classroom, such as computer lab. Masks will be worn when transitioning to and from specials. Hand sanitizer will be used when entering and exiting each special. To ensure physical distancing, these classes could be held in various locations of the building. Dismissal. Each building will determine a plan based on their building structure. Stable groups will be maintained as much as possible by using various exits. Students will wear masks when leaving the building. We will stagger dismissal of different transportation groups to maintain physical distancing. The reopening plan is a working document. These protocols are in place to protect the safety of our kids and at the same time maximize instructional time and learning. Details and decisions on implementing this plan requires diligent collaboration by the professionals working in the classroom. This is why it is crucial that we have the additional time to adequately prepare.
Thank you. I do have a question. I know we have the optional seating,
Flexible seating.
flexible seating where they have some are high, some are low, some roll around. How are we going to have assigned seats for students instead of where they can just go to whatever seat they want, or how is that going to work with our flexible seating?
We will most likely have assigned seats. What I can tell you about the flexible seating and the standard desks that we had a few years ago, if you take a combination of those, you can get about 18 in a classroom. So in order to keep them 6 feet apart. And I've utilized all the different types of furniture that we have, but some classes could get 21, some classes can get 18.
Thank you.
And the assigning of the seats, it's going to be tough for the kids because they've been able to not do that. But for us to do the tracing, it's going to need to have assigned seats.
I agree. I just thought of that.
One thing I was going to say in the governor's plan, we can have more students in a classroom if they're all wearing a mask and not social distance. So again, depending on the numbers, we would love to social distance and maybe give the kids a break from the mask. One thing that you didn't bring up, and I know that we've talked about, is mask breaks. There's going to have to be times that, I don't know about you, I get tired of wearing a mask, and there's going to be times that kids need a mask break. So whether it's recess or a chance to just step away from the other kids, that is something that all the principals have talked about. So wanted to make sure people understood there would be mask breaks as well.
I have a couple questions. I'm going to take off the mask. We are 6 feet apart in here for those of you at home that can't see. But okay, so with the masks, not at recess and not in all specials, meaning like PE, is that what you mean by sometimes in specials they won't be masked?
Yes, PE would be specifically one of those, because what we want to do is try and do PE as much as possible outside so we can get some fresh air. But in the halls going out, they would have the mask on. and then when they come back into the building, but that would allow them some time to get out there for 50 minutes. And
that's
yeah,
that. It isn't that mask breaks are important. And then I noticed that you said they would clip them on. So is that something the school's going to provide, a clip, or have we talked about that yet? Okay.
I'm really having a hard time hearing. Did you say clips?
Yeah, are we providing the clips?
We ordered, as far as I know, I think every elementary building has ordered lots of clips. So
okay.
Yep.
And with that, this might be a Dr. Burke or Brad question too, but face coverings, what they call a gaiter, it's kind of, it stays on in elementary schools and all levels. Those are acceptable as well. Is that correct? Okay. Let's see. Do we need to change the school supplies lists at all to include any bins or anything additional that you think we might need?
I was thinking about that, and you hate to do that at the last minute. So I don't know that we would ask people to change it, but I think maybe as a mom, I would probably make sure my kids had their own sanitizer, their own Kleenex, because those are things, we typically share that we won't want to share. The clips we are ordering, gosh, and it seems like there was one other thing I was thinking about. Oh, a pencil sharpener, an individual pencil sharpener, because we aren't going to get up and I'll go use the pencil sharpener. So those might be some things that.
Gotcha. And then obviously there's going to be times that they'll have to do indoor recess. And so we're going to try to do that as much as we can. I'm sure they're still going to need those recess breaks, mask breaks during that too.
Yeah.
The first day of kindergarten and kindergarten roundup. I know that's your specialty too in elementary. What does first day of kindergarten and kindergarten roundup look like?
Well, kindergarten roundup, we're hoping we have on Wednesday. We're very excited about that. We've really limited the number of parents and kiddos that we bring into the building at one time, and we'll take their temperature and we'll social distance. But we are excited to do that face-to-face with really small groups. The first day of school, we're kind of at a no visitors. So, we'll have them drop them off just like everybody else. But I think there, again, as a mom who, you have that photo album, I think there are a lot of ways that we can make sure that we get a photo with their student and the teacher, and we can email that to them. Or, hopefully this won't be for the whole year. And when things lighten up, we can always take photos then.
Right. I know that you talked about removing extra furniture, and that'll probably go for all the levels. All the cloth things that are in the building. But I just want to clarify, I think there's some concern out there that we're literally going to have everything off the walls, that it's going to look almost like a jail cell, just so stripped down. And I just wanted to get your input on that.
Well, I think we might have to move out a little bit of furniture, but you're going to need anchor charts and all sorts of things on the wall. So I don't see that a problem at all.
It's still going to look like an elementary school classroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then recess, are they all together, the whole grade? Like all of second grade will go to recess together? Likely.
One thing that I really want to talk with the teachers when they get back, but the thought is like all fifth grade would go to recess at the same time, but we might have zones out on the playground so we can keep those cohort groups together. Like some might play on the blacktop, some might play on the equipment, some might go out in the field. But I just really think that's why it's really important to get the teachers back, because I'm sure they're going to have better ideas than we do. But
perfect. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I know I'll sound like a broken record, but to middle school and high school, I know how hard you guys have worked. And and not just in the last week or the last 2 weeks or the last month, but for months. And you guys have put tremendous effort into this. And I feel fully confident because you guys are behind this. So thank you.
Yeah, we just want it to be great for the kids. We love them and we miss them. So any other questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Cole. Thank you.
So good evening. I'm going to talk a little bit about the middle school plans, but before I do that, I just kind of want to highlight, you've heard a lot of new procedures, new routines, everything in the elementary plan. And that's going to require a lot of training and preparation with our staff. And the same thing holds true with middle school. Let's start with the optional remote learning plan for middle school. It's going to flow very much like a traditional day at middle school. So if we look at the optional remote learning plan, it has a 7-period day. And it starts off with an advisory period in the beginning. They'll do morning activities, which will include attendance, the Pledge of Allegiance, some social emotional learning. We did this a lot with our continuous learning plans with our advisory groups, where we had them meet once a week. They play games, they would talk, interact, get kids to just share with each other and be a little bit more social. And then we'll do individual plan of study work. If you're familiar or remember, at middle school, we start our individual plan of studies that carries all the way through high school with them. We don't want that work to go away, so we're going to keep that work going during this time. And then if you look at, we've got the example up here, so I'll just go to the example. The next class would be a core class. Not every student would be in English language arts. Some might be in math for second period. The first part of the period at 8:30 will be a Zoom live synchronous instruction session. And then at 9 o'clock, they'll go do individual work where the teacher might be pulling small groups or individuals to work with them during that time as well. Third period is PE, and we'll run PE very similar to what we did with the continuous learning plans for PE, where it's asynchronous, where the kids will have a physical activity plan for the week, and they'll have to log their time and turn that into the teacher as well. Fourth period will be another core class, and in this example, it's math. So they'll have from 10 o'clock to 10:30 will be direct instruction with the math teacher. At 10:30, it'll be back to independent work as well as small group and individual work with the teacher. 11:15, they'll go to fifth period, which is social studies. Same thing, they'll have 11:15 to 12 o'clock. Social studies teachers love to talk a lot and tell stories. So we actually have a little bit more time for direct instruction with that course. 12 o'clock is a lunch break. 12:30, they have more independent work, small group work with the teacher, and some collaboration time with each other as well as individual work with the teacher as well during that time. This is the old plan, Mr. Wilson. So it's been adjusted a little bit. We decided to combine the PE activity up in the morning. So it's a longer period of time. At 1 o'clock, that's when they would start science or their other core class. And that is a Zoom direct instruction class as well at that time. Then going to 1:45 would be independent work with that. For electives, students will have a choice of choosing from Ingenuity for elective courses at 2:15. And that would be plan time for the teachers during that time. And then at 3 o'clock, we'll come back for advisory, which kids will log their hours, ask questions, kind of sum up the day, and turn in assignments and those types of things. So that is the middle school continuous learning plan. Any questions? Or not continuous learning plan, optional remote learning plan. Let me get my terminology correct. Any questions regarding that one?
I don't think so.
All right.
Do we have about the same, Brad, when you said, Mr. Wilson, when you said that people interested, do we have about the same for elementary all the way through, or were you just speaking to elementary before with interest?
At that time, I was speaking to elementary, but it's kind of amazing. It's fairly consistent, a little bit of drop off at the high school level.
Okay. But middle school, it looks like it could be an option at this point, possibly.
Yes,
Okay.
assuming that the numbers continue when we start to get commitments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All
Strike.
right. Let's move on to the on-site learning plan. Again, this has been put together through a lot of work with my administrative team. The one thing we desperately need is for our teachers who are incredibly talented to give us some of their input and feedback as well with this and to make some of these things happen. There's a lot of procedures and routines that we're going to have to train, prepare our teachers for, and a lot of physical things we need to do to the building to make this happen. The first part is student arrival. I'm just going to take you through walking through the day for students. Student arrival, we are going to use multiple entrances. We are looking at a 6th grade entrance, 7th grade entrance, 8th grade entrance for car riders, as well as individual entrances for bus students as well. Right now, for example, at Woodland Spring, that looks like about 6 different entrances. At Spring Hill Middle School, that's going to look a little different. The buildings are designed differently. So a lot of the things that we're going to do, we're going to try to use multiple entrances, but it might look different in one building versus another building because of the differences of our building. Once they get to the door, they'll be screened, temperature checks. As soon as they complete their screening, they'll go ahead and place coats in lockers and their lunches in lockers if they brought their lunch. We did debate whether or not we were going to use lockers. There's arguments both ways for that. One is that we don't want students gathering at lockers. At the same time, carrying coats into classrooms and all that extra stuff into classrooms can be problematic as well. So we chose to use lockers, but the difference about lockers is that we are only going to put coats and belongings in them when they arrive at school, and they won't go to their lockers during the day. And then they'll go to their lockers at the end of the day to get their stuff and leave. They'll do that through their advisory class, and we'll do it by class to prevent a lot of social gathering at the lockers. So, yes, sir.
You said coats and lunch boxes, so they'll have to go get their lunch boxes.
Yes.
During that time, so they could go to their locker throughout the day, but very rarely.
Right, and it would just be students who brought their lunch to school. They'd go to their locker prior to going to lunch, pick up their lunch, go to the lunchroom, and after lunch, they bring their lunch back to their locker. But that's it. That'd be the only time.
So this is a good distinction. First, as a mom, I appreciate that they're not going to carry that stuff. They'll just lose it all over the building, right?
Right.
I mean, especially
Right.
lunch boxes. I mean, we'd never see that lunch box again.
Having 3 middle school kids, I can
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and you know mine, so he'd lose everything. Also, a big change in this is that they will be having their backpacks with them. Then that's a change from before. So middle school, we did not allow that, correct? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That is a huge change. We decided that's the best approach to take for this year for our students. So they'll be carrying their backpacks with them to their class. But that gives them a place to carry everything that they'll need for the day.
Yeah.
So, and hopefully it's not everything in the kitchen sink.
Well, at least their MacBook and a water bottle.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes.
The 2 things we definitely want are MacBooks and water bottles.
Okay, thank you.
I just covered a lot about lockers. But at the end of the day, what we'll do is each advisory class will have an assigned time during advisory to go to their lockers, get their belongings to take home for the day, all of that, so that we don't have like a mass of 125 kids hitting their lockers or 200 kids hitting their lockers. Transitions. We're going to follow our regular bell schedule with some tweaks. We're going to use staggered transition times. One of the things we've been working to try to do are semi-stable cohort groups. With current staffing and the different types of electives and what we call singletons, like you only have one class of that elective, that means it makes it very difficult to create stable cohort groups. So instead of doing that, we're going to do grade level passing periods and maybe even try to stagger those a little bit within that time frame so that we don't have a whole group of students hitting the hallways at the same time. That'll keep it less than 100 kids or around 100 kids a passing period in the hallway. So that's going to take a little bit of a challenge, but we've been working with that. Hallways, the way that we're going to do our hallways, they're going to be one way. So basically you're going to have 2 lanes in the hallways. One's going one direction, one's going the other direction with a buffer zone in the middle. Because we also know with middle school kids, if they see a line, they're going to walk right on that line. So we're going to create that kind of area in the middle where kids don't cross with that. So that keeps people going in the same direction. In the classroom, when students enter the classroom, we're going to have them hand sanitize immediately. We're going to remove any excess furniture to keep as much physical distancing as we can within the classroom. Students will all be facing the same direction. So we won't have students facing each other. Movement will be limited during class time just to protect students and keep them safe. When leaving the classroom, we are going to have them hand sanitize again. Also during class, because when you have 20 kids in a classroom, it's going to be hard to maintain 6 feet of physical distancing. We will have to wear masks. We are encouraging our teachers to take advantage of our outdoor learning spaces to get kids that break. At Woodland Spring, we have 2 outdoor classrooms, and we have a lot of benches and things outside. At Spring Hill Middle School, they have outside areas they can go to as well. So to utilize that as much as possible and coordinate that so that students do get a break throughout the day to go outside and be able to take their mask off, get some fresh air, all of those things. Performance classrooms, band and choir in particular, we're going to maintain 10 feet of physical distancing. If that can't be maintained in the classroom, we're going to utilize larger spaces in the building. It might look like using the auditorium spaces, multi-purpose room spaces, those types of things. PE and locker rooms. This was a big question. We've worked really hard on this one too. The way that we're going to do PE and locker rooms is students will report to the gym. They'll be taken into the locker room in small groups. And when we're talking small groups, we're talking 5 to 10 students. They'll go in, they'll change, they'll come back out. So it'll take us a little bit longer for that transition into PE, but that will keep students safe. Plus lockers will be assigned in a way that kind of encourages that physical distancing so they're not all clumped right together with that. Restrooms. We're going to discourage restroom breaks during transition periods or passing periods. We're going to encourage students to go to the restroom during class, which is really weird to hear principals say that. But we are going to encourage them to go during class on an as-needed basis so that teachers will say they can only have one male, one female out at a time. But that allows us to control the number of students entering into the restroom. You might have a few students entering in. We'll practice social distancing. We'll have the floor marked, all those things, so that they know to wait in a certain spot if there's somebody else in there. Also, restroom cleaning. There'll be regular cleaning. We're looking at, right now, I've been working with my custodians. We're looking at 2 times a day, plus again at night, and then spot cleaning as necessary with that as well. There are high touch points and water fountains. I learned something new today, that little spout, because I was looking for, what is that thing called where you drink out of the water fountain? That's called a bubbler. I did not know that. The bubbler will be covered so that students cannot use the bubbler, but they will use the water bottle filling station, which is automatic. There's no touching of the machine or anything like that. So that'll do that. But light switches, door handles, if you know our custodian at Woodland Spring, and I know the custodian at Spring Hill Middle School is the same way, whenever he has any free time, he's wiping things down and cleaning things as he goes. And that'll definitely be the case as well. We'll be cleaning those high touch points frequently throughout the day. Plus, we'll also be training our teachers to do the same thing. High touch points in their classrooms. Make sure you're, as you get a chance, make sure you just wipe it down, clean it, sanitize it, all of those things. Flip over to the back. Lunchtime. Both schools have been working together. We're looking at additional time for lunches, locations for lunches, and extra spacing for lunches. For example, at Woodland Spring, we're looking at using the multi-purpose room and the lunchroom. I know that Spring Hill Middle School is looking at a few different spaces as well. We won't have students sitting across from each other. Let me think, what else is with that? Seats will be marked that are closed and open, so students will know where they can sit. We're also going to sit them in cohort groups, so they'll stay with their class. So it'll be assigned by class seating. That's a tough thing for middle school kids because they have their friends, they want to socialize. We want to encourage that, but at the same time, we have to keep them safe at this time. So what we're going to do is they can sit within their class. They don't have to sit in this is your seat for the rest of the year, but they have to sit at a group of tables that's assigned to that class. And then we are also creating routines for traffic flow that encourage physical distancing as well. So it's kind of like one way in, one way out, so students aren't crossing and bumping into each other. And then dismissal, we're looking at a staggered dismissal by grade level, which again, using the same entrances that we're looking at for arrival. So we have kids going out of multiple entrances, but then staggering those as well. So we don't have groups congregating outside. We're trying to avoid that as well. So any questions from me about the middle school on-site plan?
I have very few, but you've done a great job. Thank you, Mr. Sprague. Cleaning supplies are being supplied. I know we keep talking about that, so I just want to reiterate that they're being supplied for the teachers. They're not going to have to come out of pocket for that. Okay. Is there any concern with instructional time with staggering the classroom dismissals between, I know there's not much we can do about it, but is there any concern about that?
We are talking right now, the way we're looking at it is about a period of about 4 minutes that we'd be looking at with that staggered dismissal. We are trying to alternate some class periods that, they're not always leaving 3 minutes early at transition time, that, some classes will rotate that around. But yeah, we're going to lose some instructional time to do that. But at the same time, we're working on making sure that we're using our instructional time very effectively in the process.
Okay. And then about lunchtime.
Yes.
I'm assuming, and the same thing with elementary, we are going to have a longer period of lunchtime. Sorry. Meaning they might start at 10:30 or 10:40. Boy, that's terrible, isn't it? With that, and then also with dismissal, we're going to have elementary school kids, middle school kids, people on the bus longer, because some of those kids that get out of school and go sit, and high school, sit on the bus, but lunch may have been at 10:20 or 10:30. Are we going to allow some sort of snack? Are they allowed to bring food in their backpack?
We always at the middle school level allow them to have a little snack. I've had parents contact me saying, my child goes into playing competitive soccer or another competitive sports, gymnastics, whatever it is, and they need a snack in the middle of the afternoon. We always say, hey, if you have it in your backpack, go ahead. We don't have a problem with that. We also do second chance breakfast for those kids who want something in the middle of the morning that may have a later lunch, so they can do that as well.
Yeah, I know that Mrs. Cole and I have talked about snack time at elementary quite a bit, and that's a long time to go from 10:30 to sometimes these kids aren't getting off the bus till after 4. Mm-hmm. That's a long time for their blood sugars to drop.
Now, I'm not sure about Spring Hill Middle School, but I know that our lunch times aren't going to be too much affected as far as our additional time. Okay. So it's not going to be like, I think our earliest lunch time is going to be 10:45. I know that's not much time more than 10:30, but they're not going to be too affected by that. We're not going to go that much earlier.
Then I think the all-important middle school question is, do they get to come and walk their schedules? Uh-huh. That's always so important. See their locker, practice their locker code. We all know 6th grade anxiety. I see you sitting on the floor helping them with their locker combinations every year. So will that still be in place? Will we still be able to, maybe we can stagger times, or how do you think that looks?
We are working on that. I get that question probably once a day from new 6th grade families coming in, and I definitely understand it. I've been one that's always encouraged families, hey, come in early, do that. Depending on when we start and all that, how that works out, we're working on a way it would have to be scheduled, those types of things.
Okay. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
While Mark's on his way coming up, I got hold of Misty Etchison. She's our Director of Communications, and you were asking for some numbers. Remember, these are numbers from parents that were not required to make a commitment, but we did ask them to, show interest. And so K through 2nd grade, we have 169. 3rd through 5th grade, 191. 6th through 8th grade, 138, and 9th grade through 12th grade, 141. So again, K through 2, 169, 3rd through 5th, 191, 6th through 8, 138, and 9 through 12, 141. I haven't did the calculations, but that's right about between 13 and 14%.
I think on the second one, you, instead of K through 5, do you mean 3 through 5?
Yeah, I'm sorry. K through 2 is 169. 3 through 5 is 191.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Williams.
Good evening. I'm Mark Williams, principal here at the high school. This evening, I'll be going over our optional remote learning plan, and then also a snapshot of inside or on-site learning here at Spring Hill High School. First this evening, we're going to start with the optional remote learning plan. I want to start out by saying what you have in front of you is a very basic schedule. I know that speaking for my counselors, I have 910 individual schedules created by my 3 counselors, and no one student has two students have the same exact schedule. So we're going to work the best we can to create a schedule that works for our students that choose to have the remote learning activity. The concurrent Instruction will be assigned during a class period here at Spring Hill High School. So they will have set times. They need to log into their computer to participate in classes. The Edgenuity courses for some of the electives will be ones that they can work on their own, but they will have scheduled times throughout the scheduled bell day that they will be checking in with the teacher to check on their progress and on Edgenuity to help them with their attendance log. And we're also going to focus on our individual plans of study. So when we talk about concurrent instruction, these will be times when students will have set times. They will need to log into a Zoom and they will be able to participate in an active class taking place here at the high school. They will receive the same exact instruction that all the students are receiving. They will have the opportunity to participate in the question and answers, and they will have the same assignments. They'll be working closely on Google Classroom with the teachers to make sure they are up to date with all the activities taking place in class. We are looking at the core areas doing the concurrent instruction, hoping to expand more. If you look at the bottom of the sheet, it has some of these selected limited core classes for the concurrent instruction. Our goal is to be able to increase that, but that will take time working with our counselors, our teachers, and working with Mr. Elliott, make sure we have the resources available for our teachers to make this successful. What you have before you on these basic concurrent classes are the courses that will keep students on track to graduate and ones that we will work with our teachers. Our goal is to be able to expand that, but we will not be able to offer our whole course catalog that we have here at Spring Hill High School. If you are looking at taking comp, we would recommend you do the JCCC comp online. And right now we are not planning on adding our AP courses to this section. Some of our electives we are hoping to be able to add also on concurrent instruction, but we know we will not be able to offer all of them. It's going to be very difficult for manufacturing, engineering, or auto, home, and life to be able to go on a remote learning plan. It's going to be somewhat difficult for our music classes to be placed on there. But our goal is to hope to be able to expand this. But this will also take time working with our teachers and our counselors to make sure we have the right personnel and we have the right schedule in place to meet the needs of our students. So they will need to be enrolled in 6 classes. They will need to be able to keep track of their log time and submit that on a weekly basis to make sure that we have taken care of. Their concurrent instruction will be with a Spring Hill High School teacher. When they work on Edgenuity courses, which is the online curriculum that we currently use right now at Spring Hill High School as credit recovery, they'll be able to expand some of their elective offerings that they can choose there that's listed on the bottom of this page that they'll be able to choose from. They will have a Spring Hill High School teacher that checks in with them to make sure they're making progress on Edgenuity and making sure they're filling out their log and any questions that they might have during that time. So this plan will keep all of our students on pace to graduate, and we'll make sure that they have the required classes to be able to graduate on that. Any questions on our optional remote learning plan?
When do the counselors report? I know the teachers are the
Today,
7th.
well, the
Okay.
counselors have been working hard all summer, but today
Yeah.
was their very first day in the office.
Okay.
And I know they're trying to answer other things, so it's going to take time for us to figure out what courses we can. We would also need our teachers available also too,
Right.
to see what classes we can expand on. This is the bare minimum.
Mhm.
We would like to be able to expand what we can
Right.
on this list.
I know how hard they work, so I appreciate all of the counselors. They're amazing. I know a lot of people are going to have a lot of questions, especially some of the seniors that maybe were planning to graduate at semester, or so I know the counselors are probably getting a ton of questions, but I have full confidence in them too. So
Yes,
it's good to
and
know that they're there.
That's a great point. We had a question today about that, so we know we need to look at some of our courses to be able to expand, to be able to help assist the students that are wanting to graduate in December.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the remote learning plan? Okay, so let's take a look at the snapshot of on-site learning here at Spring Hill High School. I think you're going to find some similarities between all levels on what it could look like, but then there's going to be some differences here at the high school with our size that we have in our building and everything. So right now, when we're looking at arrival at Spring Hill High School, we're looking at various locations for students to come in. Right now, we have identified 4 locations where we will have seniors come in, 1 location, juniors come in 1 location, sophomores 1 location, and freshman location. We're going to have to use numerous staff to help assist us with the temperature checks when they come in during that time. So we were hoping not to have the huge congregation of students coming in. So our goal is to get them through and hopefully pinpoint a few more entrances that we can utilize to get our students into the building. But once the student comes into the school, they're used to be able to walk around the halls and get their laps in. Now they're going to have to go directly to their first hour. That will cut back on the congregation in the hallways. Obviously, they can come down and get their breakfast if they show up, and then they'll need to go directly to their first hour at that time. When we talk about the classrooms, it's going to look very similar to what you've heard from the other locations. Students will be expected, anybody walking into a classroom will be expected to sanitize their hands. All extra furniture has been removed. We still have signs and posters on the walls to help with our learning, because I think that is important with that. All desks will be facing forward. We have taken out all the extra furniture to help assist us with as much spacing as we possibly can. But keep in mind, considering classroom size and maybe some of our class sizes, I can't ensure physical distance at all time in the classrooms. And so that's right now why we're saying students and teachers will have their masks on. With that, it will also go with the various levels of what classes we have. Students will be assigned seats. If they have questions, the teacher is going to be going to the students instead of students coming up and working with all that stuff. Just give you an idea, for science labs, we could be looking at virtual science labs to take place in the classroom, or we could looking at 1 student go into the lab at a time to do science labs. Also, group collaborations could be conducted through a shared electronic document instead of turning around their desk and working together on projects with that. Performance classes such as our band, orchestra, and choir, those are some of our largest classes. We know we have to safely maintain 10 feet of spacing for those students. So we're working closely with those teachers to make sure we provide them the appropriate space to have class. Mr. Woogie could very well be taking his band into the auditorium. We got over 100 kids enrolled in band. We can't space them out in the band room, so we are looking at the auditorium with some of those. Mr. Ozukinchi might be okay, and Ms. Whitman might be okay with some of her hours in her class. We might have to look at some other alternative locations for her classes to meet with that. Like I said, masks will be worn by students and teachers, since physical distancing cannot be guaranteed, and all individuals will be expected to use hand sanitizer when they enter and exit the classroom. And with the district provided cleaning supplies, all desktops will be cleaned at the end of the hour, either by students or teachers, and/or a combination of both, and we'll work on that there with that. Right now, the PE lockers are the ones, and the lockers down in the locker rooms are the ones we're going to issue out to students. We are not planning on issuing out regular school lockers to students to help cut back on the congregation in the hallways. They will be spaced physical distance. PE teachers will be letting their kids go into staggered groups to be able to change their clothes. Mr. Howard has been working closely with the fall coaches to come up with a plan to make sure the kids get in there after school, physical distance and safely, to make sure we have that taken care of. We have worked closely with Mr. Sotheby and Mr. Delphi to make sure we have those athletic lockers sanitized at the end of the day to make sure they're safe for our students when we go with there. Transitions, we will be using a staggered dismissal at the end of the hour. And Ms. Healand, I know you asked Mr. Sprague this question. We've actually added on time into our classes. Our teachers are actually used to having about 47 minutes of instructional time. Right now, we bumped up our classes to about 52 minutes so we can help offset some of that staggered time. We have the school building divided up into 4 locations. So area 1, which you're currently in right now, will be dismissed. And a couple of minutes later, we'll dismiss area 2, then area 3, area 4. That will hopefully cut back on the congregation and the size of the amount of people we have in the hallways. We will be doing one-way hallways to help with that. And we will also have walking paths in those one-way hallways to help ensure some of the safety and try to get as much physical distancing as we can in the hallways when we get things taken care of with that. Restrooms will be encouraged to use during the instructional time and not during passing periods to help cut back on some of the congregation in the bathrooms with that. Also, water bottle fillers will be available for our students to fill water bottles. Restrooms will be cleaned and sanitized regularly throughout the day. We're looking at one time in the morning, one time in the afternoon, and then of course in the evening time to make sure we get those taken care of with that. Lunchtime, this will probably be the most noticeable and the most heartbreaking for our students. We probably will not be able to do Bronco hour to ensure that we have the adequate space and distance for our students available with that. So we're going to do some staggered lunch times. We've actually built in an extra fourth lunch. We usually run 3 lunches. We built in a fourth lunch to help us maintain the size that we have. Students will be placed at an acceptable distance so they can have meat at lunch safely. We will have to use the commons. We will also have to use the upper gym part to make sure that we have adequate spacing to make sure that we take care of that. Seats will be marked off with no use. They know that they're not be able to sit there with that. At the end of the day, we're also going to be doing staggered times to make sure the students get out of the building safely. We are going to ask the students to exit the building directly and not congregate for other purposes and all that stuff. And we're working out the fine details on that, but we're looking at the bus students being dismissed first, and then we'll dismiss by the different areas designated within the building to make sure we get that taken care of with that. So once again, this is a working document. This is going to take time for us to sit down with our teachers to go over, to digest, to practice, and to implement to make sure that we are providing the best educational environment, but a safe educational environment for our students here at Spring Hill High School. So questions on our on-site snapshot?
You know, I always have questions. And I can't wear a mask with this headset. Oh my gosh, sorry. You said no regular lockers. Is that
Correct.
right?
At this time, no regular lockers at this time.
Which
Yeah.
I know many of them, I don't think my kids have
I
ever
would
even
say
used their locker, but.
Yeah, a lot of our kids don't use their lockers right now. We were talking about doing an opt-in type thing, but right now we feel it's best to be able to get the flow of our hallways going is if we don't check out lockers to kids.
I guess that gets a little complicated when we get to coat season, but that's always been that way. I know that I have no idea what the percentage is, but I know incoming freshman parents might not realize how little kids in this building typically use their lockers. So I did have emails from students about Bronco Hour, so I just am saying the words.
I am aware of the bad news that we will be putting Bronco Hour on hold.
Okay.
During these times. Yes.
Yeah. And then this kind of goes for middle school and high school. So with special education, and there's still, and maybe this is for Cindy, they will still be assigned their paras. They'll still be, it'll just like it was before, but will the paras be able to move around the classroom? You know, the students are supposed to be pretty stationary, correct? But I know that like usually even if a para is assigned to one student, they help multiple students throughout the classroom. Are we looking at that?
Correct. We are, right now we're looking at that, but I'm going to have to work closely with my special ed teachers to find out how the best way is to utilize the paras with that, but they would probably be considered like the teacher where they will go to the student to assist them instead of the students going to the teacher right now to assist. But I have the utmost confidence in my special ed teachers that we will utilize the paras to the best that we can to help our students out.
Right. I completely agree. They are the best of the best.
Any other questions for Mr. Williams? I had a couple questions, and I don't know who this is for, but are we adding additional minutes for the instructional day? I mean, usually we're 8 to 3-ish, but are we going to add minutes to catch up for transitions, lunch, and then even our calendar if we need to change a calendar?
We actually, we have a 1,116 hour requirement by the state. You're going to see 3 calendars tonight, all 3 calendars without adding minutes to the day, although I'll get in a second, would all meet that requirement. In fact, exceed it quite a bit. One of the things we have done is we've eliminated for first semester the PLC time. And again, it's kind of like Bronco time is to the kids, PLC time is to the adults to be able to work on their own professional expertise and development. But it's one of the sacrifices we feel like we're going to have to make, but it also will add a few minutes to the calendar and to instructional time as well. I think I would be remiss. First of all, I want to thank the principals. Excellent job providing. You can imagine the amount of work that they've already put into it. But I think maybe more importantly is the amount of work you see that's still ahead of us when teachers get back. There are decisions to be made, but even after decisions are made, there's training to be had. You can imagine for teachers who are going to teach in the optional remote learning, the amount of work they're going to have to do to prepare for that. But at the same time, we have to prepare for the possibility that every teacher in our district will be teaching remotely if for some reason a building, district, county is shut down for a time. So there is a ton to prepare for, both for what we know is going to happen that's going to be different than we've ever done before, but also contingencies that could happen under certain circumstances. So I just would be remiss to say that. I don't know, Dr. Burke, if you want to go over the calendar, is that what you're going to do? Okay.
And before we go there, I have a question too. You do too. Go ahead,
Yep.
Jason.
I have one more question. Are we going to need to make any handbook changes due to this? I know a lot of the schedules, lunch periods, that sort of thing are in the handbook. Do we need to bring those back with changes in August to make those updates?
Yes, well, we will have to be bringing back the handbooks.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
they
want to make
definitely
sure
will
it's
have
on
to
our list.
change it. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Questions that I have apply to all levels, I believe. Snow days. Am I understanding? This packet is pretty torn up. I really have read through it multiple times. But am I understanding that when we have a snow day, we will move to online learning? Is that correct?
That is a goal, and it's not actually outlined specifically in the plan, but if we're going to prepare teachers at the beginning of this year for the contingency of possibly having a shutdown and be able to go remote, then it's our goal that if we're shut down for a snow day, we can do the same thing as well. So we are going to eat up a little bit of our snow days because of potentially changing the calendar, and so our idea is that we can really pivot to online learning during a snow day.
And not lose hours. That's the idea, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay. And that wouldn't be possible in the past, but because they've given us a special exemption this year for that online learning, we would be able to do that.
Okay. And then if somebody is, I know it's towards the beginning of the return plan, but if someone does have to be quarantined, and I know we defer to the county health department for all of that, but is it an option for them to switch to online learning while they are excluded from school? I mean, some people could truly be excluded for a month because maybe their brother or sister or family member. So how's that look?
Yeah, first I'm going to encourage people to look at those appendices because you are correct. If you look at the appendix C it gives examples, especially of the situation, not where the individual is positive, but where somebody in their household is positive, they could be out a while. And yes, what we would do, and there's a couple ways to do this depending on what the exact circumstances of the quarantine is. But let's say that one kid has a situation outside of school and needs to be quarantined, we would have that person move to the online with the teacher who is doing online learning. Okay. And you can see the online looks a little different at each grade level. That would have some differences as well. But for the most part, if somebody's quarantined, we're going to do something to provide them online type of education.
Okay. And then online learning. I know we have the expressed interest, and I appreciate having those numbers. I think they're very insightful. Thank you, Misty. If they enrollment closes on July 31st, I believe. If they enroll in online learning, actually, I enrolled all of mine. I didn't see a spot for that yet. How does that look? And then can they change their mind is what I'm really getting at. Meaning, let's say they find out that we don't have enough students and it's going to be 3rd through 5th grade. Now they want to switch back and actually come to school. Will that be an option?
Yes. In that specific situation, that could happen. So what we're going to do, enrollment is just enrollment in the district learning. Period. So that's the same for everybody, no matter if the person is going to choose optional remote or on-site learning. So please, 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 everybody enroll. Our buildings are anxious to figure out who their kiddos are. In addition to that, because of those numbers that you have, all of those individuals will get a contact from the district and a commitment form that they can return that says, here, asking a few questions about what they have for technology and those types of things, asking them to make sure they understand the commitments that we're asking them to do if they choose optional remote learning, and then asking them to commit for a semester to optional remote learning. At that time, the idea is, if we say we have a class for you and you sign up for that class, we want you to stay in that. It's going to be very difficult to manage kids wanting to go back and forth to that. And so we are going to ask people that sign up for optional remote learning to at least stay there for a semester. And then we'll have another commit point before the end of first semester that if they commit at that point, with more information, hopefully, that they need to commit for the second semester if they sign up second semester. But certainly at semester, they can go in and out. Or if there's a significant change that changes what they thought they were signing up for, we'd allow them to have a change.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just clarifying. So what I'm saying is, if a student starts on optional remote learning, they need to stay in optional remote learning for the full semester. I think somebody may misunderstand and think that they can just come back to the brick and mortar, or somebody who starts in brick and mortar can just jump over to the optional remote. We have to have staffing in order to do that. And so all of a sudden, a teacher may be thinking that they're going to have a class of 17, and then a bunch of people change at the last minute. It's not fair to that teacher to all of a sudden move that class to 30. So that's why we're asking for a commitment. Now, if you get in it and you get the original thing before class starts and says, you know, your child's going to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and you feel like that's not something you want to do, then we allow you to change back. But once class starts, you need to stay with whatever your choice was.
That makes sense. It makes sense from staffing for sure. I think everybody would understand that.
Yeah, we just can't manage it.
Sure. And you mentioned this, the teachers are going through training. I know it depends on the calendar and the teachers need the time to be trained, but I imagine that's do you have just an overview of what that looks like, just for the parents' point of view? I know there's a lot of concern after the spring.
That's coming up in a minute.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But to give you an idea, we also offered optional training all summer long.
Oh, okay.
So things in using Seesaw, which is a communication tool that can be used online, using Zoom and synchronous learning. Those are all sessions that our instructional coaches worked way above and beyond expectations to provide those for teachers. And teachers are still, even right now, signing up for those courses so that they can get credit for doing that work.
Okay. And then the last one, I think, for this section, I think there's still so much confusion out there, the difference between Insight and optional remote learning. Optional remote learning falls under our well, all of it is under our district umbrella, but optional ORL, right? We are one-to-one. Anyone in those sections will get, if they need it, a laptop, or if it's elementary, and they will all get those, but that's different from Insight. And I've seen some questions on that. And I believe Insight, they're not one-to-one, so they do provide their own device. We might have to ask Cassie, but I just wanted to clarify that, because I think there's some concern for people choosing optional remote learning that they would have to buy their own laptop, but we are one-to-one.
Cassie, you're on there. Do you want to answer?
Hi, Cassie.
Hello. We do provide devices for families that qualify. So typically it's one device per family, and qualifying families are families that qualify for free and reduced lunch or have a student with an active IEP. But if anybody has any more specific questions to their given family circumstance, they can reach out to me and I'm happy to talk with them.
Perfect. And that's exactly, I've directed a lot of people to you, so thank you.
If you enroll in Insight, you do not do the enrollment for Spring Hill. Those are separate enrollment processes. So if you're enrolling in Spring Hill, that's why I said we need you to enroll, even if you're choosing optional remote learning, because that's still our district providing that, and we have you in Skyward with the online enrollment.
Thank you.
Does anybody on Zoom have any questions or comments?
Not so much a question, but it is a comment. Just in listening to presentations from Brad and Jody and Rod and Mark, I think it's really important that we understand that there were two critical themes that ran throughout all four presentations. And the first theme is about safety, safety of staff, safety of students, safety of administration. It's absolutely critical that we acknowledge that and we understand that that was the number one theme that ran consistently through every presentation. The second theme that ran through all four presentations is continued education and learning. And the second absolutely critical theme. And my comment is that how strongly this demonstrates the agility, the resilience, and the responsiveness that our district, administration, teachers, parents, the entire district has demonstrated through this very fluid environment. These things are changing consistently. They're never set in stone, and it's just the responsiveness that we've shown is very critical, and it's very impressive. And I think it really actually shows firsthand just the absolute focus and pursuit of excellence that our staff have within our district. And I think it's just such a strong testament to the work ethic and the focus on education, learning, and safety that we have within our district. And we should feel very fortunate to have this focus, and also very proud of the accomplishments and the planning that they put through. As I listened to the questions that came through, I did a quick scan on our website, and they're there. The answers to these questions exist on our USD230 website that has to continuously remain the single source of the truth, the one location that everyone goes to with their questions. It has to be where we all focus and gather our information, because that's where our administrators can manage the multiple questions that everyone should have, and has a right to get an answer. But we need to continue to focus on that USD230.org website for our answers. But just really the way we've demonstrated our pursuit of education, learning, and excellence is fantastic tonight. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and jump on into the calendars if we can, because it's still
Sure.
part of this. Phil, if you could bring up the August 12th, 2020 plan. Just a little bit of a quick history, but basically what happened is we were moving forward just a month ago thinking that we were going to open school on the 12th. At that time, there was no requirement of masks, there was no requirement of temperature checks, and there was no requirement of social distancing. And so that was the schedule and the plan that we had. Not too long after that, the navigating change came out from the state of Kansas. We had already been starting to work on our own plan in case that we had to remove to remote learning. And but at that point, we really wasn't too concerned. The governor came out and made a mandate on mask. And so then we started adjusting our plan. And then not too long after that, the governor came out and made an announcement that the start of school would be moved back to September 9th. And at that time, we adjusted accordingly. You would assume that there had been conversation with the governor's office and the State Board of Education. And so we were moving forward with that. Obviously, what happened last week is the State Board of Education voted not to support the governor. And so with that, a lot of changes hit very quickly. So there have been people asking, like, why do we have 3 plans? Because within a week, we went from, actually about a week and a half, we went from Plan A to Plan C to whatever the board decides tonight. So I just wanted you to see Plan A real quick. Our staff shows up on the 7th. And I can tell you right now that there's a lot of things that are required. So when I say state and Fed requirements, Jason Flat Act is the suicide prevention. We have to have a certain amount of time with that. We do CPR training. We're required to do bloodborne pathogen training, sexual harassment training, child abuse, foster care. There's a whole list. I think there's 7 different trainings that are required to do at the beginning of school. Also with that, there are handbooks that our principals go over with the staff just to make sure they're aware of that. And then there's principal expectations. So if we stay with Plan A, a typical schedule would look like teachers report on the 7th and the 10th. And so the only real day that we'd have training for the reopening plan, the remote learning, and the optional remote would be on the 11th. And that is at some point, some teachers might want some time in their classrooms as well. So that is a very tight timeline. Phil, if you'll jump over to Plan C. This was the governor's plan, and actually we adjusted a little bit because the governor's plan actually had it moving to September 9th. The teachers wouldn't report until the 17th, and I'm sorry, that's the New Teachers Academy. The regular staff would report on the 20th. And so we would still give them the 3 days with their buildings. So the 20th, 21st, and the 24th, that's when they would do all those trainings and then work with their principals. The 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, and the 31st, that's when we would do training on the reopening, the optional remote training, and the remote learning. And so gives us a few days to that. The 1st and the 2nd, we would look at curricular training. And then 3rd and the 4th, we would look at building improvement at PLCs. And the reason that we're doing that is because, remember, we took out PLCs in the first semester. So this gives our teachers that opportunity. And then the first day of school would be the 8th. The Johnson County superintendents did sign a letter stating that they would support the governor. And I wanted you to understand that I did sign that. And I signed it for 3 reasons. First, I feel like it is the safest plan that there is right now out of the 3 plans. And it's the opportunity to get Johnson County's numbers down. The second thing is it does exactly this right here. It gives us more time to prepare. And the third part, which may not be very popular, but it is to support the governor. And those of you who weren't here 5 years ago, remember that we were under block schedule or block grants. So we had a certain amount of money we got from the state. The year later, we picked up 175 kids and we got exactly the same amount of money from the state. The year after that, we picked up 190 kids and we got the exact same amount of money from the state. So that means we added 360 some odd kids and got the same amount of money from the state that we had 2 years before. At the same time, we're trying to pass bond issues and trying to pay the bills. And so whether it's popular or not, this is the lawsuit was settled, and this was a governor that was supporting us. So it was not a political move, but it was a move that I believe was best for the district at the time. Would you go ahead and go to B? So with that being said, we looked at the time that we would actually need for training. May not be as safe as C, but we felt like we could get all the training that we needed, and this would be a compromise. So the teachers would report on the 10th. They would still get those 3 days of staff development within their buildings. They would still get the 5 days of reopening training, optional remote training, and the remote training. They'd still get the 2 days of curriculum, 2 days of building improvement, and then on the 26th, we would have first day of school for our students. So again, this is what we're presenting to the board. I realize that everything could be tweaked. You know, if you moved it to the 31st, that might look a little bit different. On the Plan C, if we moved into the ending the year in June, then we could go ahead and have our spring break. There's different things that people have talked about and tweaking. There's a couple of things that we still have to do. We have to have the 1,116 hours. That has not changed, and that's still a requirement. So we have to have a certain amount of student contact days to meet those requirements. We also have teacher contract days. And so with that teacher contract days, we can't just expand that. These people have a contract with us. We have master agreement. And with that master agreement, we are stating that they provide a service for us and we pay for that service. And they are phenomenal to devoted people, but we can't ask them to come in and work extra without paying them. Also on Plan B, whenever you look at it to say when the certified staff report to work, that's when our classified would turn into. And so when the classified came in, they would still be able to get the same amount of hours that they would have came in, whether we start on Schedule A, Schedule B, or Schedule C. Our classified people are very important to us, and we want to make sure that they have families that they need to feed, and we want to make sure that we meet, they're dedicated to us and we have an obligation to them. So regardless of the schedule, we will be able to meet the student contact times, the 1,116 hours, and the teacher contract days. So with that, I'll stand for any questions about the calendars.
I definitely have some comments. The first thing I want to say is safety is the biggest concern in my professional life as well as my school board position, whether it's from the virus or safety from abuse or food insecurity, knowing that that has been kind of rectified, and we do have a food plan that we might talk about later too. But I do want to point out something really important. The teacher safety is extremely important, and so is the students. But the safety, we could look at the data from all the places, CDC, Children's Mercy, whoever you want to look at. But at the end of the day, there's 2 doctors that are helping make this decisions. The county has local control and they decide if we are shut down or if we are not, correct? So with that, Dr. Lemaster and Dr. Areola still have us in a low level right now. Everything is fully open right now. We know they've done it before, that if they were to shut us down, if they are seeing the data that they can see from behind the scenes, they see things that the public doesn't see. They see the hospitalization discharge rates. They see things that we don't have access to as a general public, but people in hospital systems do. So when we talk about safety, I think we have to look to the professionals and the people that make the decisions on that, and that's the county. One thing that I want to say too is that I wanted to thank Duran for encouraging the teachers to reach out. I think that that is incredibly important. They are the community and they're above me, right? They're community and then me. And so their input is extremely valid. But one of the things that I wanted to share with everybody is that the number one thing I heard from parents is, what do the teachers want to do? They're concerned about the teachers. They love their teachers and they know that they're the classroom experts. So what can we do to help them? And as of last night at 1 a.m., I worked all day, but I'd heard from 250 plus teachers and more than 90% of them were asking for Plan B. And I think that's really important to note. I also want to thank Dr. Burke. In the email to us, he was suggesting Plan B, and I think that it was I think in your words, a good compromise. I've been concerned with delaying schools because of the food insecure, but think that we are having plans in place of that. I do think the teachers need time. I do think that all the things that we're listing out that they have to do, and we've had parents say, well, can't you just let them get back in their classroom? Well, no, they have to do these mandated in-services and different things. Parents don't always understand that, but they also have to have time to be in the building together, to go through these amazing plans that the principals put together. They have to have the time. So with that, my calendar question is, it says virtual learn weeks. Where do you see that? You know what, can you explain what that means? I can't, oh, Phil can control it, right?
Yeah, can you tell me which calendar you're talking about?
And I'm not sure where it was at.
I think it's the actual school calendar, probably B or C options, not the, yeah.
Yes, that's the one. So like during teacher conferences, it looks like we would have virtual learning that week. So we are preparing for the students to virtually learn no matter what at some point in this calendar. Is that correct?
No. That is parent-teacher conferences. So in order to not have masses of parents coming to a building and having conferences, in the high school typically has the cattle call and the parents in the building, we would ask our teachers to do virtual conferences. So that's specifically for conferences.
Okay, gotcha.
And we put the week of 9/7 because we know that it's going to take them time. And then that on this schedule, the 15th is in blue. That is a 8-hour day that they could be doing conferences with parents, but the reality is they may do some conferences at times that are more convenient for parents. And so they wouldn't have to work on that day a full 8 hours if they had spent some time earlier in the week doing conferences.
Okay. And then when the staff is equally, whenever I said teachers, I meant teachers and staff, of course, but do the paras and the support staff also report at the same time on 8/7?
That is the plan, that they would report, because we want them to go through the same training that the teachers go through.
Okay. And then I know last meeting we had discussed, and obviously these calendars, and I just want to reiterate again, I think it is so amazing. We have such an amazing community, and that the parents are asking these questions because they're so concerned about their teachers, I think just speaks volumes to how much we love our teachers here and our staff. But is YCare, I know we were looking to ask YCare if they were going to be able to extend the summer program and maybe give a student or an employee discount or something of that nature, but is that kind of resolved? Or
yes.
Yeah, YCare can extend whether we do B or C, and they have talked to us. We have talked to them and asked them to provide employee discounts.
Okay. Finally, the last comment I have for now is that this shouldn't be political, and it shouldn't ever be political when it comes to our students, but I do appreciate that. Thank you again to Dr. Burke and Mr. Wilson, whoever else behind the scenes came up with the 3 choices. I really think that speaks volumes. And I know there are people out there that are saying things like, well, the big districts, we can't really compare to that. Olathe has 30,000 students. We have 3,300. That's a giant difference. So it doesn't mean that we have to do exactly what they're doing. And so I think that speaks to, I think the teachers saying that they want Plan B speaks to the importance of the choices that you guys have put forth. So thank you for all the work in that.
Mrs. Sealing, I appreciate you saying that, because every once in a while I have a parent call me and tell me how they do things in Olathe and Blue Valley, and I always remind them that we're Spring Hill and we do things our own way here. So
thank you.
So that's not always popular, but we are a little different than everybody else, and that's why I feel like we make decisions here that's best for us and not do everything based on what other people do.
This is Eric Boyle. I'm very strongly in favor of C. And I too have heard from many teachers. In fact, I just got an email in the middle of the meeting from a teacher. And I would agree that I don't know that 90%, I would say a small majority of those that I heard from were in favor of option B. Many were in favor of option C. No one was in favor of A. But I think that reading the letters they sent me, our teachers are wonderful and they will do whatever we ask them to do. And they're looking at A, B, and C and saying, hey, we're willing to compromise and we'll do B. But the underlying current from the emails that I received, C is a better option. I can't imagine any logical reason to try and accelerate this. We're in Johnson County, and I understand, you mentioned a couple of doctors. I honestly don't believe those two doctors are keeping anything from the governor, and the governor's recommendation is to wait until after Labor Day. So I'm certain she has the same data they have. Cases are surging in Johnson County, and we're in Johnson County. We're also in Miami County, but there's no question this is accelerating right now. And I know you can look at numbers from all different directions, but it seems careless and foolish to me to put a bunch of people in close quarters in a building while a pandemic is surging through our county. I'm not willing to do that. I'm willing, at some point, if I'm wrong, I'm willing to apologize for delaying somebody's education for 4 or 5 weeks. I'm not willing to be the guy that forced this to accelerate through a population and kill a teacher or leave someone with permanent lung disease or in some way exacerbate a situation that is not good right now already. So I absolutely am not going to vote in favor of option A or option B, period.
Anybody else?
To clarify, I just meant 90% of the emails that I received.
You're muted.
To clarify, I meant 90% of the emails that I personally received. And as of late last night, it was over, just from teachers, 250. So I didn't mean to speak for the whole entire teacher. We have I think 550 staff, is that right? So those are just the ones I heard from.
I want to shout out to Joanne also for passing on that information to the teachers. A lot of the information I received was very helpful, very well written, and I don't know what I'd done without it. You guys answered almost every single question I had, except, are we going to have some requirements on what type of mask, or just any requirements whatsoever regarding masks?
Yeah, the governor's order is pretty specific on what a mask is and what it has to be. There are some exceptions in there, and we have bought some face guards. The governor's order does specifically say mask and does not allow a face guard, but there are exceptions. And to me, if a student falls under the exception, then we could ask them to possibly wear a face guard. And also, there's certain situations where, depending on what the teacher is doing, there may be situations where the student needs to see the teacher's face. The teacher could use a face guard as well.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, everyone. Mrs. Cole, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sprague, Mr. Wilson, Dr. Burke, and all the teachers, Ms. Whitman, all the teachers that gave us feedback, all the teachers and staff that worked on this plan. I think it's important. It's an important time for us to get this right. So I appreciate all of your guys' time and energy into this. With that, let's move on.
I guess I would just kind of to add on to what Eric was saying. You guys better be ready because they're going to keep calling surging. It's just going to keep it up. So you just better be not ignoring the fact that we may end up being online, because if we're saying we're not going to go back till the surging quits, then who knows when that's going to be. So at some point we got to get back to school, in my opinion.
Jason,
it's never going to be safe.
I would like to make a comment as well. Sure. I spent most of today in a meeting that was talking about different impacts of COVID-19, and it was for Miami County, but it was a broad spectrum of people. And one of the things they ask is for people to write stories about their experiences. And they got 120 some stories from people, kind of anecdotal, but I didn't read through one that was about the disease itself. It was about losing work, losing time, having to quarantine, and that caused the problem with the family. Not the disease has been so horrible that it hurt my family. I know that that's not true for everybody, but when we make decisions, the school district has become something that communities count on for lots of things. And for a single parent, 2 more weeks of not being able to go back to work could be extremely devastating. So
yes,
from what I've seen, I'm in favor of the compromise of Plan B for that reason, that it gives everybody more time, but not too much time that it's going to be detrimental to parents that are and the students that are really aching to get back to school.
agreed.
Thank you, Sharon. Anybody else? I want to make sure we all have our time to speak.
You know, we're right next door to Blue Valley, Olathe. We're very close to Shawnee Mission. These people all had the courage to postpone this thing for just a little while longer. I agree with you. I understand the mental health issues. I understand the food issues. I understand all of these things. Those things are true in the other districts as well. But these numbers, I guess they'll be on all of our conscience if we do this the wrong way. And if you think that the people in our district are not interacting with the people in those districts, you've got your head in the sand. I mean, these communities are overlapping. And there's, I mean, I know you guys are seeing the same thing. Go to Quick Trip, go to Walmart, go to a restaurant. People, 30-40% of the people are walking in and out of there without a mask. I mean, and I realize that we're seeing other countries that are opening up their schools, but those countries are using masks. They're doing things to lower the transmission rates, and they're seeing that plateau, and then they're seeing a drop in the numbers before they're putting all those kids in a building with teachers. We're not there. We're still on the uprise. And Allie, I've seen the KU videos that you've posted, and I've gone and watched them, and I've got clips from those very same videos that would absolutely not support opening schools right now. In fact, there's even one point in one of those videos when one of those doctors says, we're looking at probably after Labor Day. I mean, this is, to me, it's ridiculous that we're going to do this a couple of weeks early when the surrounding districts are working to allow Johnson County to get a handle on this before we open up and put all these people together. I think it's foolish.
So I would just like to point out that I do have a different view than the general public too, but none of that doesn't matter. And it isn't just KU videos, it's Children's Mercy webinars. It's different things. But what I'll point to again is that we have 2 doctors in our county that are advising the county. I'm sure they are sharing the information with the governor. I would hope so. I know that she didn't communicate with the Kansas State Board, but I do hope she's communicating with them. And so if they feel it necessary to shut us down as our reopening plan says, then they will. If we aren't going to follow our reopening plan, which says that we are going to look to the county health department, when will we? If we're not going to now, when will we? And I'm sorry, but I take offense to saying it's going to be on our conscience. I have a lot of things that's not a fair thing to say. The high schooler that's worried about her brother eating, there's other people that are weighing heavy on our heart. As Sharon said, there's single parents, there's other things happening, and safety isn't our place to debate here. It's what I talk about all day long at work on our leadership calls and everything else, but safety isn't our place to debate, because if we follow what they have put out in the reopening plan, then it says we will follow the county. And currently the county is completely open.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Let's move on to student activities policy JH. Dr. Burke.
First thing is, anytime you talk about the safety of your children, it's always going to bring out passion, and people are very passionate about their kids. And that's just, that's what good parents do. So talking about passion, policy JH has brought some passion from some people, and probably rightly so, but I want to share a few things. The optional remote learning plan, we put this in for safety reasons. If it wasn't for COVID-19, we wouldn't be putting in the optional remote learning plan. There's no other reason that we're putting that in. So I want that to be first and foremost. I received some calls, text, emails about Keisha making a decision about what remote learning. And one thing I want to remind everybody is the remote learning and direct instruction policy that was put out by Keisha just recently. On Keisha question number 3, it says, remote learning is available to all Keisha member schools who choose to offer this option to enrolled students. Some school districts may choose to maintain an increased attendance requirement for eligibility purposes, and that's what our district has done. A little bit of history. When I first came here, I was the high school activities director and assistant principal. And we used to have an issue where we had quite a few kids who would show up right around noon on the day of a game because they would stay in and rest. And sometimes they would show up the next day about noon to rest after a big game. And we changed that policy pretty quick because we felt like if they're going to be student athletes, they needed to be students first. And so people have asked me, they're saying, well, why does it matter if a student goes to a class 5 hours versus a student who doesn't go to class 5 hours? Well, let me give you an example. On a brick and mortar student, someone that's going to Spring Hill High School, that student must be in school by the start of second period. If they're not here by the start of second period, they don't get to practice unless they have some kind of excused absence and that we can verify. Then they have to attend classes all day. That includes tests. Sometimes PE teachers may have them run the mile. There's all kinds of different things going on in that day. And then those students try out in the afternoon, or they have a competition in the afternoon. So a student who's not in brick and mortar, and I'm not saying that they would, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. That student could sleep in on game days or tryout days. They could go to the court, shoot baskets. They could go to the batting cage. They could receive all kinds of private instruction. Again, that's at an advantage over another student who's trying out. That student could eat lunch, take a nap, then they could show up for the last period of class. And then that student gets to go to tryouts. That student does have an advantage over the student that's been in brick and mortar all day. They could do the same thing on game days. I've had people ask me about scholarships and different things. We're not just talking about sports, but you have students that have been in the musical program for 4 years and they're coming up on their senior year and may not have the same advantage on someone who gets to rest in order to try out for the play or the musical or any other activities. So that's why I feel so strongly about it. And when people say, well, what does it matter? It matters. It matters to that kid that's been in the classroom all day. However, with that being said, the reason we put this in is to protect our kids, kids that go to class every day. And it was never intended to hurt the kids that do have immune systems that are compromised and may not be able to be here. So what I'm recommending to the school board is a 1-year dispensation for students who are enrolled at least 5 hours of the optional remote learning plan. And the reason I'm asking for a dispensation is we get a chance to look at this at the end of the year. We can look and see how it changes. Was there any effect? Was there complaints? Was there a fairness factor? And then we can revisit this at the beginning of next year. So that is why I probably changed my attitude a little bit, because it was never intended to hurt our kids that had those systems or they're in an environment with family members that could be put in danger. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Yeah, this is Jason. I'd like to clarify something. Just want to make sure that the public understands that these will be for only USD230 enrolled students that take 5 classes per day. So if somebody were to take 1 class with us and then do homeschool, then that would not meet the requirement. If they are with Insight taking classes, they would not meet the requirements. So it's only for our USD 230 students that are in class for at least 5 hours a day.
So just in a nutshell, that's if you're in brick and mortar or on the optional remote learning. Those
Correct.
are the two situations where this special dispensation would apply, correct?
That's correct.
That's what I'm recommending. Yes.
Okay, very good. And so if we think about this, I mean, from my view, it seems reasonable. I don't know I think the minutes of this meeting is probably adequate if we all come to a consensus on it without modifying the policy. So what other discussion? I don't see a downside to this. I think it's as we talked about a little earlier, is about maintaining that agility. And so it seems to me that this is a reasonable request and provides value and benefit to students and student athletes and student activities participants.
The only clarification that I have, and I think Mr. Wilson clarified for this for me before, and I think it would be important to point out, is the difference between extracurricular and curricular activities. So this is extracurricular activities, meaning things that don't happen during the school day. So that, like band is curricular, correct? And theater is curricular. So this exclusion is for extracurricular activities. And I am in support of it because I think it's important for the mental health of these students as well to interact and get physical activity and exercise. With that, I did have a question. It's kind of I'm sorry to go back to the calendar, but it's sports related. Just to confirm, sports would start on August 17th. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would be the 17th, and it's not uncommon for sports to start before the school year starts.
Right.
So historically, that's happened as much as it's not happened.
Okay. I just want to say thank you for listening to. I know there was a lot of emails and I sent a lot of email, and I appreciate the consideration.
Clarification I do want to throw out. You could have a student who is a homeschool student that takes band class at the high school. And that person could participate in band. They could participate in the concerts. They just can't participate in CASA activities. So when they go to get their ratings, they wouldn't be able to do it at that time. But what we're talking about is students that are taking 5 classes optional remote. They could show up and take 1 class at band, and they still would be eligible. As long as they're taking the other classes through the high school, they would be eligible to participate in CASA activities. That makes sense?
So I am a little confused. I'm sorry. So they can come and take just band here and then do optional remote learning?
We would allow that, yes. As long as they're
Okay.
taking up to 5 courses.
Okay. So 4 of them could be online, and then band could be in person, or debate or choir or orchestra or theater, right? Performing arts and debate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks for the clarification.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, move on to business with individuals.
Hey, Jason, just one
Sure.
second. I wanted to make sure that Dr. Burke and Brad had the direction that they needed in order to move forward with implementation of a dispensation. First, I wanted to make sure that the board had a consensus, had consistent opinions about this.
We have actually an action item just to make sure we.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
officially,
I didn't see that.
Yep, we'll do that officially to
All
give
right.
the policy dispensation.
Got it. Did you have any other questions of clarification, Dr. Burke?
No, I think we shared everything that needed to be shared.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Public participation. We asked individuals to come and speak. Candy, I have 1 card, or any others? Just the 1 card. All right. So we ask that whenever you come up to speak to the laptop so all of our board members can hear you. Please don't use any identifiable individuals, teachers, staff members. Just keep the names out of it, please. And we'll also give you 5 minutes to speak while you're up here as well. We may or may not converse with you. Sometimes, most of the time, it's just we're taking in information. Doug, did I miss anything on that?
No, you hit it right on target, man. Right on point. Thanks.
All right, thanks. We only have one card this evening. It's Michael Brown talking to us about preschool opening plan. Mr. Brown, come on up.
Kind of expected more people. Just for some clarification, and from where I come from, I am a local pastor of a local United Methodist church. I do not speak for them, I speak only for myself. I also am a graduate of Emporia State University, have many friends who are teachers around the state, and I am the parent of a student at the Early Learning Center here in Spring Hill. So just to give you some clarification for where I come from on these statements. I have concerns that the Early Learning Center has not been included in any of the documents, including what was prepared tonight. Considering the district, I believe, spent a lot of money providing that space just last year, is a little strange that that has not been considered, especially considering that they are the only students exempt completely from the mask mandate, seeing as they're all below 5 years old. Something you should be thought of for that there. I do believe that it is possible to reopen school safely. I have been a little bit concerned by what I read through online. Some of those concerns have been alleviated in the comments tonight, but I'm still going to mention them here. I was happy to hear that the district plans to supply the cleaning supplies. I was worried that the plan would be for teachers and parents to supply those. That would be unacceptable to me if that ever came to be. I am concerned about the number of if possible statements in the plan. In my experience, if possible statements in a month become if I want to, in 2 months become only if you make me. And I feel like if you think that social distancing is not going to be possible, then there should be some sort of plan in place that it becomes possible. And if you want it done, it needs to be required. I have looked at the numbers, obviously as a pastor, I've looked at the numbers that are publicly available. And I have actually been encouraged by the numbers in Johnson County, particularly the % positive tests. Those have flatlined in the last week and have actually started going down the last couple of days. But they still are sitting at about 9.1% of tests positive. Let's assume that there's some amount of bias for the fact that we're testing people who potentially would have it. Still, even at 5% of the county's population, 5% of the population of the district, that is a lot of people who would have COVID-19, at least half of which likely would not have symptoms, which means they're going to walk right past your screening at the front of the school. I say this just simply to say coronavirus will enter your buildings when you open up. There is ability, there is risk in everything we do. I'm not saying don't open up because corona, but it will enter in. What are you going to do to ensure that when it does, it doesn't spread like wildfire around the school? That's one thing that I think we need to look at. And as has been mentioned at least a couple of times, what are you going to do if there comes a time where you have to quarantine an entire classroom? What are you going to do if it comes a time when you have to quarantine an entire school? What are the plans going to be in place to make the transition into complete remote learning as easy and as seamless as possible for our children? The teachers need to have known what's going to happen so that the minute that decision comes down and they get flooded with their emails from the students, what is going to happen, what's happening, they have an answer. We need to know that. We need time to figure out what are we going to do in that scenario. We're not only planning how to open, we're also planning for the easiest known contingencies. You need to have plans for that as well. And that is why I would encourage you to vote for Plan C, so that gives that little bit extra time to come up with those contingency plans on top of everything else. The one more thing I would like to say is that I recognize that it will probably be difficult for that extra 2 weeks for the parents and whatnot. Imagine how difficult it will be if suddenly they are quarantined for 2 weeks with no planning. What can we do to minimize that chance as well? I wish to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Nice comments.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Hold on for a second. Yeah. Normally we don't engage directly with parents, but I want to share something with you. Under the governor's order on number 1-D, it says children who are not students and 5 years of age or under. So my understanding is when we specifically ask the state if it's a daycare and they're 5 years or under, then they wouldn't have to wear a mask. I was told by the state if they are in our 3 or 4 year old at-risk programs, they would have to wear a mask. We're trying to get some confirmation on that. And we haven't given up on that program, I want you to understand, but right now we feel like we need better guidance from the state before we can completely move forward with what we're going to do with the ECC. Okay.
Thank you. With that being the only card, we can move forward to our second set of action items. The first being the calendar for USD230 reopening plan. Whenever we go through this, if we need to have more discussion, we can have more discussion, but I just want to clarify how we're going to come up with the motion and the voting. So I want to make sure that we move to accept or approve a calendar and then vote on that calendar. If that calendar has the requisite yay votes, then that will be the calendar that will be adopted for the calendar year or for the 2021 school year. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Well, I don't have any questions. I got a couple comments though.
Eric, you always have good comments. Thank you.
That's kind of you, Jason. I feel like I don't talk too much, but I may do a little bit more talking tonight. So I guess one thing I would like to do is share a couple of video clips. Can I share my screen, Mr. Elliott? Is that possible?
Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for that. Go ahead.
All right. Can you see the video and hear me at the same time?
Yes.
You know, we talked about this last week, how our numbers have gone up, 18 or 19 to 22 to 25. We're up to 35 today. Luckily, only 12 of those in the ICU and only 4 of those patients on the bed. So that is a good thing. But overall, our hospital numbers continue to increase as we see increasing cases throughout the state, throughout the city. And we know that our other healthcare partners are also having increased hospitalization numbers too. We do throughout Kansas City, I call it the Big Six. It's not necessarily the size of the hospital, but that there are 6 hospitals that are on a CMO, Chief Medical Officer, FOCO, 1 or 2 times a week with us. And we kind of went around the horn yesterday to see how everybody was doing, and everybody's numbers are rising. It's not unique to us, but all the major hospitals in Kansas City, St. Luke's and HCA, Liberty, North Kansas City, Shawnee Mission Advent, Olathe, all are rising and rising fairly rapidly. And I think what we're seeing on their curves when you look at them is that the lines are straight up, and that's a concern, right? Because we'd say before, when we said let's shelter in place, well, we'll bend the curve. We'd started to bend the curve. Right now, there's not a lot of bending going on. Right. The number of new cases in Kansas City and in Wyandotte County and in Johnson County are really rising rapidly. And if you look at the states that have some of the highest rates per capita right now, Kansas is right. The highest new cases per capita, Kansas are right at the top of that list. And Missouri is not far behind that. So until we see that curve start to bend, we're going to know that it takes about 2 weeks to get sick enough to be in the hospital. So but we're going to watch our numbers rise. And I would not be surprised to see us to get 60 or 70 patients over the next several weeks.
Okay, that was 10 days ago. 10 days ago. And they said it takes 2 weeks to see that difference. So we are a long ways from flattening this curve. The other thing that I keep hearing is about this South Korean study that suggests that young children are not necessarily as susceptible and don't spread the disease as well. Well, there is plenty of information out there that shows that there is lots of bias in those studies. That first of all, children often are asymptomatic. And so when they look at people in a home who've contracted the disease, oftentimes they don't even look at the child or even test them because they're asymptomatic and they assume the parent was the one that contracted it from somewhere else. Now, that's just me talking about stuff I've read, and I know you can read whatever you want. There's a lot of confirmation bias out there, but I'm going to give you one more. Can I share again, Phil? I'm good. You see the video?
Not yet.
Yeah. I'm so proud of myself with this technology.
There you go.
That brings us to schools. The CDC out with some new guidelines today. There's enormous pressure on schools to reopen in person. In fact, there's been a threat to withhold federal funding from schools that don't. The president has said, children don't get the virus as much, and if they do, they get better quick. I think you said in an interview a couple of days ago, there's an open question and you're studying it. If it's not known, how are schools supposed to safely reopen? What are parents to think if we really don't have the science and we don't know the answer to those questions about how much kids are passing it on and how much risk they pose?
You're absolutely right, Savannah. Knowledge is power. And I think why that was very important that the president yesterday had the map behind him showing where the most recent cases are. Those were the cases over the last 7 to 14 days, really to inform the public that there are areas in the United States where cases are rapidly increasing and continue to increase. And in those cases, and with the new CDC guidelines, to really give parents, school administrators, teachers, and the county supervisors really an understanding of where they are in the epidemic and what precautions they need to take. What I can't really tell you today is whether children under 10, we know that children under 18 are less sick, but there are some that suffer terrible consequences if they have underlying conditions. What I can't tell you for sure, despite the South Korea study, is whether children under 10 in the United States don't spread the virus is the same as children over 10. I think that is still an open question that needs to be studied in the United States. We certainly know from other studies that children under 10 do get infected. It's just unclear how rapidly they spread the virus.
So the numbers that on the video from the gentleman from KU, those are hospitalization numbers. Okay, we talk about testing and who's infected and all that. Those are people in the hospital. You don't fudge those numbers, okay? Those are real. Those are sick people who are hospitalized. The numbers are surging in our area. We don't know if kids can contract that as well as adults or even spread it as well as adults. It's very inconclusive, and it's incredibly irresponsible for us to open up these schools right now when we don't know where this is going. Now, Nels, I understand what you said. We can wait and wait and wait. But the reality is we've seen the curve flatten. We saw people when we shut things down, we saw people being somewhat responsible, and the numbers came down. That's when you open the schools. I'm not saying we never open schools. I'm saying today is the wrong time to open schools. I think giving us until Labor Day, and there's another video, I would go on and on with this, the doctors from KU, because they're advocating to get the schools open, and I agree. But they even say in there, we need to go a couple of weeks with downward trends before we start putting kids in schools like this, before we start putting collections of people together in these buildings. It's irresponsible. And I'll tell you guys, you know, I am certain that in our time together, some of you guys think I'm a radical nutcase, and I'm okay with that. But I feel so strongly about this. Guys, I've been doing this, and I've said it. I know you guys know this. I've been on this board for 19 years. I cannot support this decision if we do not choose option C. I will not support it to the extent that I'm telling you today, right now, we vote for option B or A, I'm going to resign. I will not be a part of it. And it's not a threat to you guys. That's fine. And you can move on and do whatever you do, but I will not be a part of it. This is not going to be something I can support in any shape or form. It's irresponsible.
Can we respond? Is this anybody else? Okay.
For comment.
So the first thing, my phone is literally blowing up with teachers. And the first thing that they're saying is, why are we sharing unbiased or unbiased, we don't know, news articles or news stations? If you are following me at all, you know that I never share anything from the news because I share things directly from the source. That second video pointed to the CDC article that came out 3 days ago that encouraged schools to reopen safely. There's no doubt that we need to do it safely. There's no doubt that that is priority number one. Second, going back to the KU videos, Dr. Lemaster, who is the county medical advisor, is on staff at KU. So he has definitely all that data. He's talking about it daily. I never said anybody fudged the numbers. I would never say that. I said that the public doesn't have the complete view that Dr. Lemaster and the hospitalization numbers that they have. They give us snippets and what they think that we need to know. There is a lot more to it from behind the scenes. I was refer to a South Korean study. Why would we refer to a South Korean study ever when we have Children's Mercy Hospital in our city, a leading pediatric hospital that put together a fantastic webinar about the need to return to school? But with all that said, what I said before is it isn't for us to debate if we're open or not. Are we going to follow the county or are we not? The opening plan says that we are following the county. And, you know, another thing that I'd like to add, I mean, I hear you guys out there. I know you're listening on YouTube, but some of these messages are really important. For you to insinuate that I don't care about the teachers is absolutely offensive, and it's offensive to the teachers.
Oh, look,
and
I never said that.
You said that I'm not worried about killing. You called me out directly, and they are furious about it. And that's what they heard, and that's what I heard too. Here's a teacher, way to go, and thank you for standing up for me and the other teachers. Here's another teacher, regardless of the calendars chosen, thank you for hearing the teachers' voices. We appreciate you. Everyone in this district knows how much you care about the teachers and the students of our district. Another one, this is making me so angry. As a teacher, I'm so sorry. Thank you for representing us as the community. I could go on and on. There's 8 of us together watching your message, 8 teachers together. We are cheering you on. Thank you for listening to us. So to insinuate that I should have a guilty conscience. If someone died in this building, I would be devastated. And to say that to act like that wouldn't happen, that I wouldn't, or any of us wouldn't be devastated is emotional and offensive. And everyone is blowing up my phone telling me that. So we have to not make fear-based decisions. We have to look at the county. If the county is saying we're fully open, then that's what we need to do. Do I think plan A? Absolutely no, because the teachers have been super strong in saying that they need the time, and I respect them more than anything. They need the time. And so if they want plan B, then I'm going with the teachers. Further than that, 250 teachers is a lot. Hundreds of parent messages, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of parent messages said plan B. Some of them said plan C, but the overwhelming, at least 75% said plan B. We have options. We have options. If people do not feel safe, I support them. I support them 100%. They do not have to send their children into the building if they don't feel safe, if they have high-risk people at home. I completely understand. My entire life's work is taking care of people, and it's not going to stop now.
Any other comments?
I think it is important that we do make data-based decisions on this. I know the comments and the emails that I received from teachers were the majority were planned towards, or were recommending and indicating that they were more aligned with the plan B that's starting on the 26th, 27th. There were a few that had comments about starting on with the plan C schedule with compelling arguments. I mean, I think there are compelling arguments for certainly plans B and C. I have yet to hear or even think about a compelling argument for plan A. And so when we get back to thinking about expanding the data that we look at, I think virtually all Johnson County schools have, as of this evening, or as of when we went into this meeting, I think that they've all selected or chosen to open on the 8th, which aligns with our plan C. I heard comments from, as Dr. Burke was walking through the calendars, I heard his comments saying that plan C was definitely the safest plan to enact, and that plan B, while he felt and believed that it was a safe plan, that it was, the implication, or what I heard, was that it was a little less safe than plan C. Something else to think about is when we're talking about time, and we're talking about the amount of time we have to prepare. I think we're all in agreement that we need more time to prepare. I'm trying to remember when Olathe, Shawnee Mission, Blue Valley were originally going to open, but if I recall, they were going to open about a week later than we were, and is what I recall. I can't verify that right now, but that was my sense or my understanding.
That is correct.
Okay. So if we look at the amount of time for preparation, if we're breaking this down into preparation, is by us starting our plans for preparation on the 12th and moving all the way through to the 26th, we're giving ourselves the same amount of preparation time as other Johnson County schools were, and I think it goes into Miami County schools as well. But I can't off the top of my head remember that if that's accurate. So if we look at a time period of adding basically 2 weeks of planning, we're all adding the same amount of time to get the planning established and conducted and understanding, and do dry runs, and do work through whatever training implementation that we need to work through. We're using the same time period. It appears that we're a week less, but the reality is we were going to start a week earlier. So the time period is the same. So I think that time period is legitimate, and it would align us more with Plan B. So that's that piece. That planning preparation piece is the same as certainly other schools near to us. What is difference?
Those
Pardon me?
changes came down at the same time for every district, whether you were planning to open a week earlier or later. The timing of the changes that we're now having to adapt to came down at the same time for all those districts.
That's right. That's right. But the amount of time that they were going to enact whatever plans they came up with, it's the same duration. And so that piece is the same for the districts. Where the variable that comes in, that is an expanded look view of the data, is what's happening with regards to the disease and the illness within our adjacent to us and within our county, within that local the local area. So if we expand out, we've all got the same amount of time to plan, to train, to teach, to educate, to practice implementation and execution. That duration is the same. So it depends on how we temper that view with whether or not, it's how we temper our view of what's occurring with this disease in the environment around us. And that's where we get into, I think that's where the decision has to be made between opening the Plan B and the Plan C. I hear, I mean, Eric, I can appreciate your comments and your passion around it. And that is, sometimes you gain safety, which I think Dr. Burke alluded to that when he first started talking about the different plans. You gain safety by time and distance. So the amount of time you give yourself for preparation, the distance you get from changing of hospitalizations or positive tests or whatever that might be, those are the variables that we have to consider and take into account for deciding on the 26th or the 8th. And so I think it's important that we break this out like this. When we have, just to summarize what I've heard this evening, is that, positive cases are going up, hospitalizations are going up based on some of the information we had. The degree of safety, however we describe or however we think about safety, is if we take a temperature for the other Johnson County districts, they're saying they firmly believe, based on their actions, that opening on September 8th is a safer approach. I also heard Dr. Burke mention that tonight when he was introducing that. We've heard Eric talk about that as well. The other piece is that I think, Allie, you had talked about, when did we start following Johnson County Health Department? And I think we have to understand and respect that. I don't know as if I've heard anecdotal conversations that have happened with the physician that's the head of the Johnson County Health Department. His name doesn't come to my mind right now, but pardon me?
Dr. Lemaster, Dr. Areola are the advisors.
Okay, and so I've heard anecdotal conversations about they're not as concerned about transfer of this disease from surfaces, but they are very concerned about transferring the disease through the aerosol that's emitted when you cough or sneeze or talk or whatever it might be. And so it's a tough situation that we're in. Because we have this moving target data, we have this information From certainly the Johnson County Health Department. We have information from members of our board, and we also have what is a tremendously valuable data point, which is the response of the teachers, administrators, educators within our district. And there, from what I received personally, the vast majority of them talked about being comfortable with Plan B, which leads us back to this decision between B and C. We're talking about a 2-week time period, roughly, to extend and to push off the start of school. And so I'm not sure how far forward we've come, other than knowing that we've got very strong and emotional opinions on both sides of it. My personal view is to go with the experiences that I have. I read every single email that came into me. The majority of them indicated that Plan B was their preferred plan. They're concerned about data that goes on that we haven't talked about too much. The social emotional impact, things like conflicts and difficulties within the family units that are caused. Sharon brought that up tonight, and I thought it was interesting through Sharon's comments that none of them talked about really the severity of their impact of the disease on them, but they did talk about the financial impact to them caused by not being able to work or not being able to leave the house. We're trying to predict the future with absolute certainty, which it is not really a possible thing. So we have to go based on the data that we have. The vast majority of people, of teachers, administrators, staff that I've heard from have advocated for Plan B. I have seen a few that talked about Plan C, and I wouldn't say it was consistent, but a few did say, Plan C is just too far out there. So it's a very difficult conversation. It's a very difficult decision we have to make, but it's an incredibly important decision. Think about tempering that. I mean, initially, I was advocating, or I would have advocated for Plan B. And if we think about Plan B, let's think about the risks associated with that. That's where these outside data points, these outside influences of what's happening with the disease within our community, what's happening to the socioeconomic impacts to parents and patrons and students, what's happening, what could potentially happen down the road. I think a really important point, and I don't remember if it was Ali or Eric talking about it was actually Sharon. Think about if we wait 2 weeks and assume that disease or the spread of the disease comes down, but then someone in that person's family contracts the disease, and now they're not out for 2 weeks, they're out for 4 because their kids came down with it after they did, and it just continues to extend out. So, Plan C is certainly the most conservative approach that we have. I'm not sure I aligned anything, but I just wanted to clarify that we have to pull this thing apart in pieces. And that is, the amount of time that we have to prepare is equal with other districts. We can accomplish what we need to do for training and education and deployment within it's all the same time period. So I think that gets taken out of the discussion because it's equal across all districts within the state, within Johnson and Miami County. So the piece that's very difficult to really put a final decision on are those what if scenarios. You know, we couldn't have planned for any of this. This is one of those never occurrences that you don't even think about when you're planning. And I think that conservative view does provide for the safest approach to this. Now, if we set a deadline of whatever it is, the 27th or the 8th, that puts pressure on ensuring that things happen. We can control that. We can't control what the disease does, but we can, by extending it an additional 2 weeks, we allow nature to take its course, so to speak. So we provide an additional 2-week buffer within our district to have the disease levels come down.
We have the local NEA representative here. I'd be interested to hear her thoughts.
Oh, great question. Great idea. Not to put you on the spot too much, Joranne, and I can talk for another 30 or 60 seconds if you need a little bit of time to work through this. But I think it is critically important that we have the opinion of the NEA president. I think I've known you for 8 years. I know that you have your finger on the pulse of educators within our district, and certainly you've provided them, encouragement to voice their opinions, which we truly appreciate all input and feedback from them. But
she's ready to go.
Okay, it's important to hear that. So Joranne, what are your thoughts?
Whenever I speak to Wayne and Brad and Michelle about things that are going on in the district, I have to make it clear who is speaking. There is Joranne Whitman, the vocal music teacher that has 30 years of experience that teaches at the high school. And then there's Joranne Whitman, who is responsible for making sure that the voice of every educator in this district, no matter what their opinion is, no matter what their responsibility is voiced. I'm not gonna lie, Joranne Whitman is scared. Joranne Whitman, SHEA president, recognizes the needs of the teachers when they say to me, what am I gonna do about daycare? She also recognizes the needs, the emotional needs of the teachers when they look at calendar C and say, holy God, we don't even have a day off in the spring. How are we emotionally going to handle going back to school and dealing with the way things are? Because I'm telling you right now, folks, it's way different than what any of us have prepared for. I've been in education for 30 years. I guess I'm an old timer. I never thought that I would come to a board meeting like this and have somebody say that you go to the bathroom in the middle of class. What is that? I mean, I will say that I think the teachers need time. Joranne Whitman, SHEA president, would be fine with B. Joranne Whitman, SHEA president's concerns about C really have a lot to do with the teachers having issues with childcare and having problems with those kinds of things. Joanne Whitman teacher, I'd be more than happy with C. I'm not gonna lie. I've never lied to you guys. I think Brad and Wayne know that. I think B is a good compromise. I think C is safest. And I don't envy your decision one bit. But I will say that when I look at C, the two things that make me have pause about C as a president of SHEA is that it's going to cause additional hardship for our teachers. But you know what? Everybody's going to have hardship no matter what. Everybody in this community is going to have to deal with what to do with their kids if they're going back to work. I think and I know that it's going to sound like we're being selfish, but I'm telling you right now, by God, I'm going to need at least a day off in the springtime to get my head back on. And I think when teachers looked at that C and said, holy God, we're not getting a spring break, we're not even getting a long weekend around Easter, they realized what that's going to do. I mean, we need that emotional time too. It's not just about planning, it's about USA. It's teachers have emotional needs as well. So I probably didn't make anything any easier, but that's all I have to say about that, Forrest Gump.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne.
Yeah. Can I say that please don't apologize for saying that teachers have emotional needs. I think that's what we heard loud and clear from the parents was what do the teachers want. I value everything that you just said and appreciate. I know you're kind of put on the spot. I just thank you for speaking your mind and talking about the emotional health of the teachers, which is super important too. So,
Sharon, I thought I saw you want to speak earlier.
Well, I don't have a ton to say, but I don't think it was quite fair to do a couple little clips from a couple people because I've heard those same KU doctors. I've watched their little webinar almost every morning for the past couple weeks, and not 10 days ago, but like last week, I watched it twice, and they were saying people need to get back to school, and they had some ways to deal with the emotional part of it and stuff, but you could take little clips and have them say in support or wait or whatever. I mean, we could play clips all night long from different places that are very, very reputable sources because nobody has a crystal ball and nobody knows what's going to happen in 2 weeks. The Johnson County, Tableau page that they keep up to date, it does show that hospitalizations are kind of evening off. If you look at that today, it was updated today. So it isn't that there's this huge spike in hospitalizations right now. There may be in confirmed cases. In fact, that's why I'm not there in person tonight, is because we have a COVID positive person in our house. So I don't know how public that is. I think my 18-year-old son posted on Snapchat, so almost everybody probably knows. But, and he is not very sick, but the rest of us are quarantining and being responsible by not going out and spreading it around. So I do have some knowledge of dealing with this in my home, and it's scary, and it could be a lot scarier for different people. But I think the courageous thing to do is to get people a date to get back to school, give them some time, but get people back to school in a sensible way. And if by the 26th of August, the cases have spiked and the hospitalizations are out of control, the county and the state are going to close the schools anyway.
That's right. Amen.
Thank you, Joanne. I really appreciate you speaking to us. Yeah, we don't know what it's going to look like in 2 weeks. Day after Labor Day, we don't know what the kids will bring back from wherever they went on Labor Day. It could be worse then. It's like you said, we don't have a crystal ball. So that being said, the B compromise does look good.
Thank you, Brent. Nels, do you have anything to say?
I think I just echo everything. I do appreciate Joanne speaking, and and I hear what Eric's saying, and also hear what Sharon and Allie are saying. So I got things to think about, but I do agree that you can find about whatever you want to listen to and find support for your position. So the media has done a very, very good job of keeping us all very scared about this thing. I know that. So.
Thanks, Nils. The only thing that I wanted to say in some of my conversations with teachers and emails from teachers is I think the schedule, the calendar for Plan B gives a higher teacher morale. They see some time with spring break where there's a light at the end of the tunnel type of thing. Whereas if they're constantly going, constantly without a break, it does tend to be a long time, especially when we're adding weeks at the end of the year too. So I think for teacher morale, in my thinking, it's better for those teachers and for the parents. And I think it's one of those things where we have to balance it all out. So with that, any other further comments from the board?
I just want to clarify one thing. The reason I shared that particular clip was because they spoke specifically to hospitalization numbers. And I wasn't doing that to call out a specific person. I was doing that because I keep hearing, well, you can say that it's because of testing. You can say it's this or that. I was doing that because you can't say that hospitalization numbers aren't real. Those are people who, for whatever reason, have been admitted into a hospital for COVID. So that's why I chose that particular clip. And I was trying very hard not to be political in the clips that I shared. Jorian, I really appreciate it. I apologize for putting you on the spot, and I appreciate what you said. I feel like, I look at what we do on snow days. The superintendents of all these districts around us get together and decide we're going to have school or not. I mean, we're talking about icy roads and students driving, and it's hazardous and dangerous, and there are liability issues. And we all do the same thing, and for good reason. And I see those other districts, in my mind, they're being much more responsible than we are. And, I will say this, Jorian, you talked me off the ledge here, and I, if you feel like Plan B is what the teachers want, I can support that. I feel like it might make more sense to add some mental health days into Plan C to go along with the districts around us and the governor's recommendation. I still feel like that would be a better plan. So.
All right.
I think we can't beat a dead horse, but I will also point to, because they're blowing up my phone, that the people in our league, Lewisburg, other people are also starting in August. And so when we look at size-wise comparatively our district to other districts, if we want to look at that, but again, the county will shut us down if they need to. And I do want to continue to say, I've listened to the teachers. I listened to Dr. Burke in this email that he sent. The plan, which we like better, will have a start on August 26th. So my whole intention here is to represent the people. And that's all I can do.
With that, I would like to call for a motion.
Mr. Vice President, I would move that we accept Plan B for the schedule and calendar for the 2021 school year.
Thank you, Sharon.
This is Allie, I second.
Thank you, Allie. We have a motion on the floor to accept and adopt the 2021 year Plan B option for our calendar. Candy?
I want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to start the vote with Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Widbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
You're muted.
Doug, you might be muted.
No.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
The vote is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 to 2, and it passes.
All right. We have adopted Plan B. We'll move on to Student Activities Policy JH. For this, we're asking for a one-year dispensation for students who are still enrolled with USD230, but on the optional remote learning plan, still need the 5 hours. But if they're on the remote learning plan and taking the 5 hours, they can still participate in student activities. Are there any questions or comments on this?
Again, was that for all activities? No exceptions?
Yeah, it would be for all activities.
Anything else? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Vice President, I move that the board recommends a 1 year, I can't see the writing, for students who are enrolled in at least 5 hours of optional remote learning plan, be able to participate in sports and activities.
Nels Anderson, I second.
You're muted.
Thank you. We have a motion to give a 1 year dispensation for students who are enrolled in at least 5 hours of the optional remote learning plan. Candy?
We'll start with Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Well, I guess the hard part of the meeting's out of the way.
Could we have a break? I need to use
Yes.
the restroom.
Yeah, we've been at it
Let's
for
yeah, we've been at it for over 3 hours, 3.5 hours almost. So let's take a 10-minute recess and we'll meet back here at 10:40. So it's 13 minutes. All right. So let's move on to list. There's some echoing.
Is it me? Sorry, let me mute.
Items for board members for future meetings. Is there any additions or deletions? Anything we need to discuss for another future meeting?
Were there any of the comments that the parent that came in and spoke that we need to think about further, or we think we're covered on
early childhood?
Yeah, well, early childhood, or on the what happens if this happens and that kind of thing. I didn't know if we needed to. If you think we're covered, Dr. Burke, then
Yeah, Stephanie Barnhill is going to be visiting with the early childhood parents, and we do. Brad had quite a bit in the packet, but there is a few things that they're delaying on because of mask and things like that. So we'll be getting back together with Mr. Brown and the other parents.
Okay, good.
So when the early childhood plan is developed, we'll put that in with this plan as well.
It'll be like the other specific plans that are, oh, my bad.
Like, oh.
It will be like the other plans that you saw, the elementaries. It'll be specific to their building. It won't go into a district guidance,
okay,
but it'll be their specific building plan. And they have a great start on it. But because of some of the uncertainties that go with early childhood, in fact, I have 4 pages right here from early childhood, but it's not quite ready to share yet publicly.
Right. Okay.
I did add a list item today. Sorry, is that too much echo? It's so kind of Mission Southside Food Assistance. I know that's what it says, but actually what it is that I met with them after talking, Dr. Burke was aware and Mr. Wilson, and then also talking with Life Spring and Spring Hill Food Pantry, and just finding ways that we can help in the gap. This whole situation has really opened up my eyes to all of that, and the food insecure in our district and the numbers that we have were very shocking to me. So it's really just about gaining community support. I'm not asking the district to do, or anybody in the district office to do anything additional. I just wanted you guys to know what was in the plan to kind of connect some of the Olathe resources with the Spring Hill resources to create food for some of the kids, to send them home on the weekends and extended breaks. So that part's really important to me. And I know it is to everybody else too. And I just wanted to thank Craig Howard and Amy at Mission Southside, and then also the people at Life Spring. I just talked with them today. We'll be having further conversations, but this is something I'm very passionate about and think that it could be a real benefit to the kids in our district.
So is this just for the agenda item for future presentations? Is that it's just an update on progress, or do we need to have that as an agenda item in the future?
So really it was just my way. I can't talk to all of you outside of the board meeting, right? So I just wanted you to know that it's in the works, and I appreciate any support to help with the program in any way, but we can keep it on the list if you want updates on it for sure.
How would the district be involved?
So the district would be involved following so Mission Southside 5 years ago started a back snack program in the Olathe School District, and now they cover every single Olathe school. And what they do is work with, so the only district real involvement is the food is picked up from the kids that need it at the schools. It's dropped off at the school, but it's completely anonymous. So it goes to the kids that are free and reduced lunches, but nobody outside of the school knows who those children are. That would be private information, of course, but let's say that Spring Hill Middle says that they have 10 kids in that building, then each week 10 meals are dropped off, and the vice principal or whoever makes sure the kids come and get the meals. They've also, so it's kind of an adopt a school program where they have a civic partner, a business partner, and a faith-based partner that as a group adopts the school, and it's really evolved, and some really cool things have come out of it with community involvement, and just has strengthened their community and support for their schools. So they were just telling me that Olathe North even has those partners coming to their site council meetings to hear the needs in the school. And then it is often now that some of the pressure is relieved off of the very few PTO members. We all know that it's always the same people at PTO meetings or helping, but this has really helped relieved some of that pressure from them as well. So it started as a food program, but has developed into a community outreach as well to really get the community behind us. We have so many people that are always asking and saying they want to help for different reasons or different things, and this could just be a good bridge for that.
So the district would just really operate more as a distribution point. So they would a drop-off point for the food backpacks to be distributed within the. But
right.
We aren't providing them information. We're not providing them funding. We're not providing them.
Exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
It sounds like it's more of a let's get Southside Mission and whomever else wants to do this with our district administration and let them handle the program.
Yeah, right. So they're just willing to partner with us and partner with the community and bring community resources in to help with that. And like I said, I need to have, we played phone tag today, but I talked to one person from Life Spring in the food pantry in Spring Hill today, but definitely they've been doing such great work within Spring Hill. But what we've identified, especially during COVID, especially with job loss and loss of income, that there's food insecurity all over the district, not just in town. And I know they do provide for everybody, but if we want to take this to the next level, and I would never want to put that much pressure on just them. So
I think I don't know as I guess we can leave it there and have an update from time to time. But anyway, any other items? I just wanted to follow up on, I know we're working on professional learning communities and gathering data and getting an understanding of the value that's created by that. I know it's there, just to see it presented. Do you have any thoughts on that, Dr. Burke or Brad?
Yeah, as you know, we've been working with a consultant. We do have an evaluation of that. Lots of great information and feedback from our teachers about the implementation and some of what they've done with the COVID situation. Both that and some of the board data that we'd like to present to you have been unfortunately continually pushed back based on our ability to get some of that information together for you guys.
All right. Very good.
And I'm going to apologize. Basically what happens is when we have we think a great plan and we're ready to move forward, we get a change that comes either through the governor or through the county or for wherever. And so this is one thing that just keeps putting back because we have to put our time and energy into adjustment, making changes. So hopefully at the next board meeting, we can give you an update on things that we're planned to do actually at the board meeting before this.
I wanted to let you guys know that you can take mine off. We might have decided that tonight. It's a possibility. So all the virtual learning for this year, that can be taken off. Anything else from board members? Hearing none, we'll move on to the board work calendar.
Yeah, I think the main thing that is on the board work calendar is the budget and budget review. I know that we have a meeting with Del Dennis on Monday. And so Doug's been working hard on that. He's already done some preliminary numbers, but we will get that budget hearing and get that taken care of The only other thing is, I think the delay that we talked about in giving you an update on the former strategic plan. But if we don't face any major changes within the next 2 weeks, we will have it at the next board meeting.
Good luck. Committee reports. I don't have any. Anyone? All right, superintendent report.
Mine's going to be really quick. First of all, thank you to Brad and everybody else that's worked on this plan. I mean, it is a huge amount of work. And I was just talking to a board member a while ago about some of the things you'd like to give a specific answer. And the problem is it's not playing politics. It's not even playing, covering yourself for, getting sued. Sometimes the problem is tell me what the scenario is and then I'll tell you what the answer is. And as Brad has said, we can try to fill everything out, but we'll have a document that's as big as what the state put out. But I do appreciate all the work that has gone into this. Countless people have been provided input, Misty and Phil and Michelle, and then it was really nice to get the principals back Monday and have them here to actually work on and take some of the load off of this. So phenomenal amount of people. I'm really happy to have them, and before too long we'll have the teachers, and we'll feel like we're making really positive progress.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. We do need an executive session.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, sorry, I thought I was muted. Mr. Vice President, I want to motion to go into executive session to discuss potential properties for new school site pursuant to the exception for a preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under ACOMA. Those in session include Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and administrators as requested. The session's set to begin at 10:55. We just had a break. So 10:55, and how much time do we need? What?
Just say
15 minutes? Okay. At 10:55, and we'll return no later than 11:10. Somebody has to
we need a second.
Second.
Okay.
You got a double second.
Take
mute.
Sharon.
Candy.
I think I'm muted.
I'll take Mrs. Mitchell's second.
All right, Candy.
We'll start with Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt?
Yes.
Mr. Updike?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing? Approved.
All right, looks like we have a quorum. Are we back on, Phil?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Whoever gave me the second's not on their speaker.
Second.
Nels.
Second. Sorry.
Ooh, Candy, then go for it.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing.